this afternoon. This is right near the Des Allemands area. It is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. And this area here, you're looking at the velocity product. This is a rain-wrapped area of rotation. So don't go outside and try and find it. You can't, because the rain is so intense in that area. But we have the products here where we can pinpoint exactly where the winds are moving towards the radar and also away from the radar. So right now we're looking very close near Des Allemands at the moment. So Chris, I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you. My computer's kind of stalling at the moment.
That's all right. Well, we got two of those warnings that we're watching now. Now, the one that we had been monitoring in the Mons area toward Laplace, it had stayed more south of Laplace. Looks like most of that circulation is now out over the lake. So at least for the immediate future, no real threat, but that will continue toward the causeway. And I wanted to widen out here, and this is what I started to do just before. If we kind of look at this storm and take it out beyond and, moving toward the northeast generally, it looks like it could be over the central part of the causeway, maybe within the half hour or just a little bit after that. And then if it were to hold together, and it probably has a high likelihood of doing so, because once it gets out over the water, you have no friction. It's able to spin up kind of a maybe powerful water spout as it were going to continue over the lake, cross the causeway, and then eventually move toward Mandeville. So then it could be around Mandeville High. Now, this is a long-range forecast. This could be at about 3:20 or so. So probably about 50 minutes or so before it is in the Mandeville area. So you have time there, but just an indication that these storms are going to continue, or this individual cell will continue across the lake. And usually once it is over the lake, that's where you would see a water spout, and they tend not to really weaken too much. You might see some, but usually over the lake has been more or less kind of a springboard for those storms as they continue onto the North Shore. So it may be that it does hold together in the next, say, 40 to 50 minutes. So you have time in Mandeville right now, but that will change. And it looks like, okay, a new severe warning is coming out for the south on Mandeville. Okay, so we are going to see another warning issued. At the moment, it'll be just a severe thunderstorm warning, but the mention of a possible tornado within that storm. So we'll be monitoring the one that moved away from Mons and Laplace. As a matter of fact, we have two crews on either side of that storm that are going to converge around the Mons and Spillway area to be able to show us if there was indeed any damage from that storm. And we'll be able to show you that coming up within the next few minutes. We're going to stay on the air through that time as we monitor these tornado warnings, and then be able to show you those images of the possible tornado in the Mons area. And as I said, what prompted the changing of this from a tornado warning, and it's not something we really see very, very often in southeast Louisiana. When the warning switches from a tornado warning to a confirmed tornado, it's when you get those tornadic debris signatures, where debris is actually being detected within the storm. In other words, something is being damaged and is actually being lifted into the storm. So we do have a new severe let's see, I'm just getting this information. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning with the potential of a tornado for St. Tammany, Hancock, and Pearl River. That'll be until 3:15. So let's see, that's actually not the cell. It's the line of storms that are moving across the Mandeville and Madisonville area right now up toward Covington, Goodby, and will continue east. So at the moment, the one on the North Shore is a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to be assessing the damage ourselves. We have two crews that are going to be headed out to Mons right now, and we'll be able to show you that damage shortly. And then we do have the warned area for the Des Allemands, moving toward Luling. It'll eventually move toward the 310 within the next few minutes. We are also getting information of a storm report at Hanville. Emergency management has reported a tornado at around 2:21. Confirmed damage along Schoolhouse Road with a house damage, power poles, and street lights. So not necessarily that it was a confirmed tornado, but damage reports in that area. We're also getting law enforcement information here that a reserve deputy saw a rotation on US 61 at the Bonnie Carey in kind of the Laplace Norco area. So more confirming that was likely a tornado around the Mons area just a few minutes ago. Again, that storm at the moment no longer warned as it is out over the lake, but likely marine warnings as it continues toward the Causeway Bridge. So no longer that warning for St. John as that storm is now out over the lake. But if that rotation does hold together, we'll show you back on the velocities here. This rotation right here, this is what we're talking about, that's holding together. If this maintains itself, we'll likely see a water spout crossing the causeway, maybe within the half hour or so. And then if it continues beyond that, perhaps moving toward Mandeville High. The other storm that we have been monitoring, and it does not look nearly as well defined on velocities, is this one over Des Allemands. As we've been saying literally all morning and afternoon long, just err on the side of caution. For folks in Des Allemands, get into that centrally located space. I know it's a lot of fishing camps and you may not have many options. You want to get as low to the ground as you can. Maybe cover yourself up with some blankets. Just wait this out. This storm itself is moving. Let's see if we can get kind of a motion on just how fast, about 35 miles an hour. So again, looking at the timing of this storm itself as it continues moving in the direction of Booty and Destrehan, we'll get you kind of a rough idea of where it'll be in that time frame. It appears it'll be around, okay, so parity at about 10 minutes or so, and you can kind of go through here. Booty at just before the top of the hour, St. Charles Parish Hospital right before 3 o'clock, maybe around the Luling, Hanville, Destrehan area all just before or around 3 o'clock, and then continuing in that direction as, not Port Fourchon, that is an incorrect city spot that has been, or populated on our map here, but it'll continue toward St. Rose just after 3, Ama at 3:06, so it will continue along that trajectory. Again, doesn't look nearly as well defined as the one over Mons did, and in fact we can kind of analyze it further, taking this off and going to the debris signature, and there really isn't anything there. So if there is a tornado, if there is indeed a tornado on the ground, it is very, very weak. However, it still can do damage, and I know a lot of the homes there are not necessarily some of the strongest. It's Des Allemands, a lot more of the fishing camps and smaller homes where damage could be a bit more widespread. We are getting more reports of 911 calls to the St. Charles Emergency Management and the Sheriff's Office, the Mons area, of home damage from a tornado, Vickers Lane and CC Road. So for our crews and our newsroom and our control room listening in as we're sending out crews to the Mons area, it looks like maybe focusing in around the Vickers Lane, CC Road area for possible damage there. So that's the one that looked like it has been more or less a confirmed tornado. As I said, we've got 2 crews literally just east and west of Mons that are right now converging on that same location. So we'll be able to get you images there within the next couple of minutes. The only other warned area of concern is around the Des Allemands area, where we do have an active tornado warning. Now, the area that is being highlighted is right in through here, and it's not nearly as well defined of a couplet as we saw with the Laplace Mons tornado, but certainly the rotation is there. Whether or not it's actually reaching the ground, as a matter of fact, what we can do is it's a little bit closer to the Kenner Airport radar, and you get a lot of false return data here, but certainly something we're looking at is right here, so maybe a little bit more north of Des Allemands. There's also some bright coloring there, so it might be right around this area. So again, the Booty, Destrehan would be likely the next locations where this would impact you as the storm continues along that trajectory. So at the moment, what we're looking at is a possible tornado now north of Des Allemands. So this is just to the west or northwest, we could say, of LA 306, moving toward LA 3127 toward Booty. It eventually make it toward the end of the 310, and then moving maybe kind of paralleling the 310 toward Destrehan Hanville area shortly. So this is the more immediate threat for the folks in Booty, Destrehan, Hanville. Get into that centrally located room. Again, the lowest level of your home. Get into the most center portion of your home, preferably a room without any windows, a hallway, bathroom, closet, pantry, something like that. That's where you want to be. And again, in the lowest floor of your home. It looks like we do have a new tornado warning that is in effect. Okay, this one is for St. Tammany and Pearl River. So what had been more of a linear type feature with the line of storms on the North Shore, sometimes embedded within there, you can get some rotation, and we've been talking about the fact that our environment was primed for these type of storms to continue to develop. And what we're looking at right here is just past Madisonville. So this is the area that I'm speaking on, right in through here. So that is what, Woodbridge, I'm trying to read it with Woodbridge Boulevard. Here's North Causeway, 190, so it's already, here's LA 22. I-12 is here, LA 59. So this is the area that we're talking about where a tornado may have just touched down just beyond Madisonville, northern Mandeville, as it continues along and really through most of St. Tammany Parish over the next several minutes. And this storm is moving at about 50 miles an hour. So let's widen out the radar. And again, that Madisonville, Mandeville area south of Covington corridor as we time this out. And I'm going to change the speed to 50 miles an hour as we kind of time this out. We're looking at the Lakeview Regional Medical Center at about now. Chinchuba, just after that. Fontainebleau Junior High. A lot of the schools have, if not all of them, have already closed, and the students have long since been home. So hopefully no one's still at Fontainebleau Junior High at about 2:48. St. Tammany Regional just before 3 o'clock. Same at the Abita Springs Golf Club. It'll be at Tallahassee just after 3 o'clock. The 6th Ward Elementary, 306. Walkia Bluff Water Park at 310, Industrial Area at 312, Union School at, okay, we have a traffic camera, and let's see, this is LA 22 at US 190, so it is, I'm going to kind of zoom in the radar while you're looking at that camera here to see exactly where this, all right, so this is between Causeway and I-12, so this is right about where the tornado may be moving through, if there is indeed a tornado. Now the signature not quite as clear as the one in the Mons area was earlier, but if this is indeed a tornado on the ground, it may actually already be kind of within our camera range here. Again, this is 190 at 12. It may be a little bit more south of this, but you clearly see the heavy rainfall, the limited visibility, and the gusty winds within this storm, and a lot of lightning. So this is a very dangerous storm. Thankfully, you'll also notice there aren't too many folks on the road. I'm glad to hear, and what seems to be that a lot of folks use that heads up and that time to pick up the kids from school kind of between 11 and noon across the region, get home, get off of work if they were able to, and just stay at home, stay off of the roadways. And looks like that may be the case. Again, if there is indeed a tornado on the ground around the 190 I-12, I feel like we keep talking about the exact same locations for these possible tornadoes. It looks like on the velocities that the signature may have tightened up a little bit. So I want to kind of stay on this camera.
Confirmed damage.
Okay.
Campbell Industries.
Campbell Industries, we have confirmed.
Campbell Industries.
Okay.
Vickers Lane and CC Road in Mons.
Okay, so we have confirmed damage at
No injuries.
no injuries, but confirmed damage in Mons, the same areas that we were talking about where we were getting reports from St. Charles Parish sheriff's officials that it looked like there was reported damage that was into the National Weather Service office. We're getting reports of that into our newsroom, so it does look like there was likely a confirmed tornado, and at least there is confirmed damage and very possible a tornado. What we're looking at right now, though, is the area on the North Shore in St. Tammany, North Mandeville, 190 and 12, kind of around the LA 59. Well, not quite to LA 59 just yet, but if there is a tornado on the ground, this is about where we are looking at it on our velocities. We're not seeing anything necessarily. Doesn't mean it's just within or right outside of our kind of camera range. With the heavy rainfall, lightning, reduced visibilities, use caution on the roads. Even if there is not a tornado on the ground, you've got the strong winds that can easily affect how you're driving. So use caution, especially on all of the elevated roadways right at that intersection of 190 and I-12. So in that area, it looks like there may be a tornado. Now, I'm looking at the velocities here. It looks like it may have already. So here's 190. Here's where we were looking at, the 190 I-12 intersection. It looks like the rotation is now right here. So almost right on I-12, and we'll continue north, crossing over, just about getting ready to cross over LA 59, and we'll continue south of Abita Springs. We'll then continue toward LA 36. So this is the spot now that we are highlighting for a potential tornado. Now, nothing confirmed, so I'm venturing if I switch over to our debris, we're not going to see anything. And yeah, we don't see anything yet. If we were to start picking up on something there, then we would likely see this change over from a tornado warning to a confirmed tornado. So this is the one at the moment, as well as the one, and before I leave, we're going to toss things over to Michelle Morgan here, just to kind of continue to monitor that storm that is down, well, almost to Destrehan now, not really jumping out nearly as clear, still a tornado warning in that area, but not quite jumping out on the returns.
Well, I'm looking at there's another tornado warning that was just issued on the South Shore. This one is closer to Destrehan. It has somewhat of a hook to it, and I just pulled up, I just need the producers to pull up Max 2 for me. I'm just having some issues with my program here, but yeah, so we're looking at the radar here, and heavy rain located with this particular storm. This is tornado warned. It is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is for St. Charles Parish. It looks like this severe thunderstorm has the capability of producing a tornado. Again, this is located near Parody or near Hanville. So if you live in those areas, if you're within this area, within the tornado warned area, get to your safe spot at the moment, the most interior spot in your home, away from windows. As we pull up the velocity product here to see, well, it looks like there is some rotation here, not as tight, but we are looking at some rotation with the winds going away from the radar and also the winds going towards the radar. Nonetheless, it looks like strong winds associated with this particular storm. So again, Destrehan, you are within this tornado warned area. We're looking at Booty. You have the all clear right now. It is moving over LA 3127. So if you live in those areas, make sure you're getting into your safe spot right now. I'm trying to close in on these at the street level here. It's very hard to make out. But again, if you live near those areas here, we're looking at Destrehan. This is south of the lake. Looking at some rotation within this storm. I'm going to pull up the debris locator, see if anything is lofted. Right now, it doesn't look like anything is really lofted into the atmosphere, but this is producing some rotation in the atmosphere at the moment. This is not a confirmed tornado. This is radar indicated in this area. This tornado warning will go into effect until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So again, if you live in this area, get to your safe spot right now. But it is raining heavily, and it looks like there is somewhat of a hook with this particular storm. So we're seeing some rotation high in the atmosphere. A lot of rain. It's very intense in that area, and it is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. We are getting some local storm reports from the National Weather Service here. It looks like for St. Charles Parish, from the law enforcement reports a tornado. They're reporting calls about a house damage. Oh, this is in Mons. So this is in Mons. This is the one that you were tracking there, Chris. So again,
yes,
if you live in those areas at the moment, in that area, we're talking about St. Charles Parish, right near Destrehan. It is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and put a track on this. Pull up the velocity right here so we can have a better idea. So it is moving at a pretty good rate. It is getting closer to Destrehan. So folks in Destrehan, again, you want to get to your safe spot right now. We'll go ahead and put a track on this, 35 miles per hour. Let's see here. That's pretty good there. All right, so 254, we're looking at St. Charles Parish Satellite Center School, also Destrehan at 304, and give or take a few minutes too, because this could speed up or slow down as well. You just want to make sure you're in your safe spot right now. We're looking at 322 Alameda, again, if it still holds its own as it continues to move to the northeast, and also 324, we're looking at Frelson. Yeah, Frelson at 324. Chris.
Yeah, we are watching that, and again, it does kind of get confusing. The storm that Michelle was tracking is not the same one that produced the tornado in Mons. That storm is actually out over the central part of Lake Pontchartrain. It does get very confusing as we start to see more and more of these warnings issued at the same time, minutes apart, and some are being expired, new ones are being issued, and it does become very, very complicated. So kind of bear with us as we'll take you through one of these one at a time. The one I'm focused on right now is the one that is up in St. Tammany Parish. Now, at the moment, it looks like it's basically basically over St. Tammany Regional. We'll continue at about 3 o'clock to the Abita Springs Golf Club, Tallahassee at 3:05, and then continuing beyond toward the Mississippi state line, maybe just after about 3:12 or so, near 3:10 or so, probably crossing the Mississippi line in Pearl River County. So that's one storm. The other one that at the moment we do not have a warning for is the storm that had produced the tornado in Mons. It is a very broad circulation, a very broad rotation, I should say, right here. So it doesn't look very likely that this would be a waterspout, but certainly a rotating thunderstorm. So a very strong thunderstorm getting ready to cross over the causeway. At the moment, the causeway has been closed. We will let you know as soon as they decide to reopen it. But right now, the bridge is closed. So a very strong storm. Of course, that does not help the folks that are already on the bridge, but you are looking at some very strong winds that are getting ready to cross over the causeway at the moment. Elsewhere, as we move farther south, and again, I'm keeping it on the velocities here, we call range folding within the radar. That's that purple color. It's kind of missing data in a sense. So we're kind of losing that little couplet there that we have been tracking in the Zalman's Luling area. But as we kind of put this back, you can kind of see where it likely is over the Luling area right now. If there is indeed a tornado on the ground, it looks like it is going to bypass Ama, and kind of cutting the difference between Norco and Destrehan or so, but it does look like it may be right at about the Destrehan area, just to the south of Hahnville, if there is indeed a tornado ground. And I know sometimes we show you these graphics and you're looking at it and you're thinking, what am I looking at? It's kind of right in through here that we're finding that rotation. Again, what we saw in Mons was almost very clear-cut rotation as well as clear-cut debris signature. So almost certain that that was a tornado, especially based on the damage reports that we continue to get in to not only our newsroom, but to the National Weather Service office's chat service. But this is a different storm. This is not the one that we have been tracking across Mons. This is from a different cell. And again, all along this entire line of thunderstorms, we continue to see these individual cells produce tornadoes. Now, one thing that was just continuing the tornado warning for St. Tammany. What we started to see on the North Shore was those individual cells almost start to merge and become more linear. That doesn't mean you won't see any parts of that line start to rotate. It's just that you shouldn't see nearly as many. Remember, earlier, late morning, mid-afternoon, we had about 15 warnings issued for the North Shore parishes. That's not going to be the case as this line continues into Mississippi. Still, we'll likely see more warnings issued, but not probably as frequent as we saw earlier in the day. That's a different story for the South Shore. Notice this part of the line is still very much broken, and within any one of these individual cells, we can quickly start to see some rotation. We had a bit of a lull the last hour or so, but they have started to refire. And as we have mentioned, the South Shore and the environmental conditions for really all of our viewing area is still very much in play for any of these storms to become tornadic. Sometimes it is just a matter of time before they do. Now, the heavier storms, not quite into the metro area just yet, but boy, Kenner and northern Metairie right along the lakefront, north of 10, starting to get on that heavy rainfall. You're just outside of the tornado warned area in St. Charles Parish as that storm continues what looks to be, and I'm going to switch back over to the velocities here, looks to be more over let's see, I'm going to zoom in here a little bit, more north of Destrehan. So it's almost outside of the warned area, as you can see kind of the northeastern extent of the warned area. This is where that rotation is, right north and along 310, getting ready, or just now over Airline Highway, and then may continue out toward I-10. So at the moment, there is no indication that the Weather Service will extend, and I'm waiting to see if maybe they will extend this warning. They have not done so yet. waiting to see if they maybe adjust this information or adjust the warned area. I'm going to keep it on this graphic here just to see if we see a new box issued farther to the northeast, or if they allow this to expire. As again, the rotation that is being indicated, the wind shear, not quite as evident, not quite as clear cut. And we switch over to the reflectivity, as Michelle mentioned, sometimes these are very much rain wrapped. So if you're kind of waiting and assuming you're going to see it coming, if you're in here in the heavy rain, you're not going to see anything coming. Maybe you have a chance if you're out over more of the open areas where it's a bit drier, you could possibly see the tornado coming along the 310. But for many of you, you're not going to see it. Now, of course, this is away from the river, so it's more the marshier areas. It's not of St. Charles, so you're kind of beyond the airport here in Kenner. And let's see, they're continuing. Okay, and we're getting a tornado debris signature. Okay, so as I've been wanting to focus on this one, okay. All right, we're getting a tornado debris signature for the storm in St. Tammany now. This is one that we have been watching as well. Thankfully, it does appear as can we kind of zoom in here. I'm going to go to our debris signature. Boy, yeah, it just jumps out at you right there. That's what we're talking. And as we zoom in really tight, you'll notice there aren't any roadways that are being highlighted. So if there's any good news, that it does look like it's in more of a wooded area of St. Tammany Parish, away from Abita Springs. So this is north of, so you have what looks to be Hillcrest Boulevard, south of 435, north of LA 36. What looks to be kind of the debris signature showing up. That's why this changed from the red to the more the purple color to a confirmed tornado, because debris is being depicted or being detected and being lifted aloft into this storm. So what had been showing signs of rotation, and there it is, kind of a clear-cut rotation with this storm moving away from Abita Springs, it does look like it also has some debris being picked up. And so this is something of concern for the folks that right along LA 41, which it'll be crossing shortly. This storm is moving at about 50 miles an hour. So if we widen out here and track this one out at moving 50 miles an hour, kind of along that same trajectory, you're looking at about 8 minutes. It'll be at the 6th Ward Elementary School, Union School at about 3:15, Picayune High School at 3:17, then Picayune Municipal at just before 3:20. Same for Richardson, as this storm eventually will cross into Pearl River County as it moves toward the almost east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. There is the rotation. Now, really, as we kind of highlight within St. Tammany Parish, looks like really the only area highlighted is the 6th Ward Elementary School at about 3:08. So I know most of the schools are closed, so hopefully that school is entirely vacant right now as it moves in that direction. Then we'll cross into Pearl River County and affect Picayune probably just around the 3:15 to 3:20 time frame if that storm and the rotation is able to hold on. So we are getting, not reports, I should clarify. Okay, so this is imagery from our mobile forecast center. So we are out on the road. This is at the airport where the storms are approaching. Again, we did get that on the North Shore. I don't want to ignore that. The debris signature showing up, but at the moment is in a wooded area, but will be moving in the direction of Picayune, probably about 3:15, 3:20. So folks in Picayune, you have some time to prepare for that storm. Now, the storms that we have been watching in the river parishes that are now moving into Jefferson, so far there is still some indication that looking at the velocities, not too far from where our mobile forecast center is, there are some indications of maybe a broad rotation within the storm, so certainly a rotating thunderstorm. Now that's just an indication of a supercell thunderstorm, not necessarily that there is a tornado coming off of its base, but this is sometimes where you might see that wall cloud or the lowering of the cloud base. Doesn't necessarily mean it is a tornado, but a tornado sometimes can quickly develop from that. This is the storm I was talking about. Now at the moment, there is no warning for that storm. This was the storm that we've been tracking from Des Allemands to Luling and in the river parishes into St. Charles Charles. No new warning has been issued for it. As it continues along this trajectory, it will keep it north of the airport, maybe around the Wood Lake subdivision in Kenner, before it too will move out over the lake. So this is the storm that we're talking about. Our mobile forecast center is out near the airport right now, and you can certainly see the low clouds, the strong gusty winds, and the reducing visibility as the rain not quite there yet, but will be shortly. A lot of lightning within these storms, heavy rainfall rates. The storms themselves that have been moving over the lake, that did prompt the closure of the causeway. That storm that had likely produced a tornado in Mons. I'm going to take you back an hour so we can kind of show you where that rotation was. So at about 3:40, this is where it was as it came off of Mons and then kind of continued along a trajectory over the central north part of the causeway. Very broad. Doesn't look like it's really tightening up, but certainly the folks from Mandeville to Lacombe, be on the watch for this storm, because again, this is the one that did produce a tornado in Mons. So it does look like it's weakened, still kind of a broad rotating thunderstorm. So it is a supercell. And so it is a broad rotating thunderstorm that is moving. So you're going to get, even if it's not a tornado, you're about to get on the stronger winds and heavier rain in the Mandeville to Lacombe area. And we do have within the Mobile Forecast Center, Alexandra Cranford in the vehicle. And Alex, what are you seeing? You're out by the airport right now. Are you in St. Charles Parish yet?
We are. We're not. We're on Veterans right now in Kenner, and we just went near the airport, and you can see these low clouds that we've had. I'm going to put it back on our camera so you can see what we're seeing. We just heard a very big thunder hit, and we have seen lightning picking up a little bit. We did have some very brief heavy rain in Kenner, and then it kind of went away right now. So we're not seeing the raindrops as much as we were, but this is the sky right now, and I'm looking off to my right. Let me bring our camera around so you can see that. Some pretty ominous dark skies here, and you can see the rain associated with that cloud coming down over there. I'm not sure if it's quite clear on the camera, but I can see some rain falling from that cloud here.
Alexander, are you looking at the runway at the airport? Is that the runway?
Well, we are, yes. We're close to the runway. We're just passing it by and passing away from it on Veterans.
Are you
but
noticing
yes,
any flights coming? I hate to interrupt you. Are you noticing any flights coming in or out? At least the shot we were able to see there for the few seconds we were on it, it didn't look like any air traffic.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen any air traffic. I mean, I haven't seen any, this area, you do see those planes here and there, but we haven't seen it so far, and not really a bad idea since we've seen the line of the really heavy rain very close and the lightning and thunder. So yes, we're going to eventually be moving the Mobile Forecast Center. That's the great thing. We can take it wherever we want to go. So we'll go survey the damage, and we'll keep around this area because we have already had the damage that you were talking about around the Mons and Kelowna area, and now we're in Kenner. Again, it's not getting heavy rain at this moment, but it certainly has already come. And then we've had lightning, we've had thunder, a big bolt of lightning and thunder just a few minutes ago. And it's kind of eerie right now, actually, because there's no rain, but super dark clouds all around. And you can just feel, of course, we have this system moving into the Kenner area right now.
All right, Alexandra, thank you so much again. Where she is in Kenner near the airport, you'll look on radar here. They're not quite into the rain yet. It does appear, and maybe we'll confirm this through MSY, it does appear maybe the airport is kind of on standby with all the flights coming in and leaving, waiting for this line to move on through, because it's going to have the strong straight line winds no matter what, but you do get the rotation within the thunderstorms, which creates wind shear, very dangerous for flights. And so it may be that the airport may be holding off on some of the incoming and departing flights and waiting for this line to move on through. Now, the good news is the line is moving, and we're already starting to see parts of our region in the clear. So for folks wondering maybe, am I in the clear? You know what, Tangi, you're in the clear. Almost all of Washington Parish now in the clear. Much of St. Tammany Parish, Goodby, Folsom, just about Mandeville, Madisonville up towards Sun, starting to see this line clear out, because once this line does clear, the ingredients for tornadic storms is also departing. So even if we do see some remnant lingering showers behind it, even a brief downpour, maybe even a thunderstorm, the ingredients for any tornadic storms is leaving the area. area. So that is good news. So we do already have improving conditions in our northwestern corners of the viewing area. Still have the ongoing confirmed tornado warning for St. Tammany. Let's see, we have this is a new tornado warning that is for St. Tammany, Hancock, Pearl River. Again, this same tornadic cell that we saw produce a debris signature. They have extended well into southern Mississippi, almost to Poplarville, just outside of Poplarville, for this kind of line cell that does appear as though it has had a history of producing a tornado. You look at that tightly defined, let's see, just getting some messages here, and I guess it's just repeats from the Weather Service. That tightly defined velocity signature that we look for, where you have that couplet where the winds are coming toward and away from the radar site in Slidell, and that is moving toward the northeast. So again, thankfully, this is in a more less populated part of St. Tammany Parish. As we kind of zoomed in, we didn't have too many points of interest or even roadways that were being depicted in this area. It is crossing over LA 41 right now. We're checked to see if it is still showing any signs of a debris signature. Maybe some slight right there, right around LA 41. If there is indeed something on the ground, you might start to see that debris getting ready to cross over LA 41 at the moment. So this is the debris signature that we're looking at as it continues to cross over LA 41. Will continue through St. Tammany Parish and then possibly threaten Hancock and Pearl River County. Really Pearl River first toward Picayune, and then may clip northern Hancock County as it continues along that trajectory toward the north and east. Just getting new information in from the Weather Service, just kind of confirming what we've been looking at. So where Alexandra was in Jefferson Parish, they are headed toward Monts at the moment. They're getting in on some of that rainfall right now as from Kenner toward say south, really all of Kenner, from the lake down toward the Rivertown, you're getting in on the heavy rainfall that is pushing into Metairie now and Bisonet Plaza. Metairie, for the most part, metro area really have not seen much of anything thus far. That is now starting to move in at the moment. Now there are more breaks in the line from the South Shore. Remember, north of the lake, basically from Lake Pontchartrain into Mississippi, it has been more of a solid line. This has been more of a broken line, and this still does keep the threat open for some of these individual cells to begin rotating. At the moment, that has not been the case. We'll continue to monitor the storms on the South Shore and continue to monitor that possible tornado in St. Tammany Parish. Right now, no communities that would be affected in St. Tammany, but if it does continue, it may affect maybe north of Picayune in the next 10 minutes or so. We're going to toss things over now to the anchors with some additional information on our severe weather.
All right, Chris, thanks so much. While you continue tracking that, Sharice Gibson here, joined by Devin Bartolotta. We have just received a state of emergency declared by the President Jewel there. He said that due to the severe weather, the EOC is saying some reports of damage in the Kelowna area, down power lines and blocked roads. This is the area that Chris was just talking about, of course, near Monts.
Yeah, it's right across the river from Monts, and that is where we find our reporter, Whitney Miller. She is out there right now surveying the damage. We know that there's been a lot of reports of homes with damage there. Whitney, we can see it behind you already, but can you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there?
Yeah, I'm at a home on Vickers Lane. If you want to see behind me, these were some sheds near this gentleman's home, and he says they heard all the commotion. This is what's left of their sheds. Some of their neighbors came walking over, and he says that the winds were picking one of the young women up as she was trying to make it to her neighbor's home for safety. So damage is pretty severe here when it comes to power outages. As we drove down Airline, most of the lights are out. We saw some fire marshals driving with their lights on, trying to get to, I guess, survey some of the damage. Just 3 sheriff's deputies just left here from this location. They came to just check and see if people are all right. Thankfully, no injuries in this area at this location. However, this damage, I can see very significant. The family that was in this home told me they were very nervous to hear some of the winds going, to hear all of this commotion outside. So we've been just kind of taking a look, but thankfully out here people are safe. However, you can see this damage is a lot to clean up after what came through here this afternoon.
Whitney, can you tell me from the family that you spoke with there, did they shelter in place? Were they inside of the bathroom? Where did they hold up? And was their actual home damaged? I know you mentioned that being a shed, but is the home damaged at all?
So the home is fine. He said that there was a little bit of water that is getting into the home. However, they all just were inside in the interior of the home, away from the windows. They said that there's some water coming in. They didn't want to go on camera because they're just pretty shaken up, which is understandable. But they did say that it was some scary moments there for a second, Cherise. So yeah, there's some damage to the home, but not so significant like what you see here with all of these sheds that were taken by the winds here.
Whitney, can you tell us a little bit about your journey over there? What did you see? Is this isolated in just this neighborhood, or did you see any damage anywhere else?
So this is the most extensive damage we saw so far. We took I-10 towards Baton Rouge. We exited US 51, and we actually got off at a gas station there just to kind of see what was happening. I think we were getting some warning, so we wanted to kind of get off the road. We sat there for a little bit. It was raining sideways for a little while. Then when the rain slowed down, we came down airline, and the most that we saw in terms of damage were just that the power was out. The gas station that we were at, the power was going on and off, flickering. So obviously some power lines must be down somewhere because of that. So, but in terms of damage, this is the most extensive we've seen so far. But we just came to Vickers Lane, and we haven't driven around months just yet.
All right, Whitney, thank you so much. Again, a state of emergency being declared for St. Charles Parish. That's declared by the parish president. If, of course, Whitney just mentioned this, but if you see any down power lines, obviously power outages in that area, please do not touch any down power lines. It is not safe. It's dangerous to try to remove any debris at this point. Thankfully, the good news in that situation is nobody was hurt.
Yeah, and he is also warning that there are some blocked roads. So at this point, it is best to not go sightseeing.
Right.
Stay put where you are, especially if there might be power out in your area.
All right, so we're going to continue our weather coverage right now. I believe we have our meteorologist, Alexandra Cranford. Right now, I think, Alexandra, where are you now? On Airline Highway, right?
We are, Cherise. We're on Airline. We're heading west. We're eventually going to end up, we think, somewhere around that spot where Whitney is. But I must say, I checked in with you a couple minutes ago and I said, oh, it feels weird. We have dark clouds, but we don't have any rain. Well, the rain has come down now and it's pretty heavy out here. We've seen several lightning strikes. We've heard a lot of thunder, and we're getting the heavy rain as we speak. By the way, I was also, of course, in the mobile forecast center checking our radar and checking all the warnings coming out. There is, by the way, a new flash flood warning for the area we're in, for the Mons Laplace area, part of St. Charles into almost Jefferson Parish. And that will go, it looks like, for about another 3 hours or so. And there's also been huge flash flood warnings issued north of the lake to account for any ponding of water that we're seeing after those storms did move in over there. So this is our view outside in the mobile forecast center. Here we are in traffic. You can see the windshield wipers just racing back and forth, and we can certainly hear the rain. Actually, there's still a lot of traffic. I mean, no surprise, I guess, in this part of Airline, but lots of cars still out and about, even though we just came out in this general area or just west, just came out from under a tornado warning and still are under a flash flood warning. Speaking of a new tornado warning, I'm seeing another one pop up as we speak, starting around the Lockport area and going south to parts of the West Bank around Estelle and West Wego with a cell there. It's very close to Lockport. The warning is going to be out for another half hour or so, and it's moving to the northeast. Chris is going to have a closer look at what's going on over there with a look at radar and that new warning. Chris?
Yeah, Alex, as you were bringing it up, it literally has just come across here. So this is the warning that Alexandra was talking about. And you do notice that these warned areas are very, very large because the storms themselves have been moving very, very quickly. This one, in fact, moving at about 40 miles an hour. So a storm near Lockport, near La Rose, moving at about 40 miles an hour and capable of producing a tornado. So let's take a look at the area at the moment that we could have a tornado on the ground. Kind of see that little almost hook feature showing up in the returns, the reflectivity. And then as we switch over to the velocities, here's what we're looking at. Not quite as clear cut. Let's see if the wind shear marker rotation is kind of being depicted. A little bit of rotation being shown there. Does not appear as though there is any debris being picked up by it at the moment. We've already seen that a couple of times so far. So this is the area around Lockport, LaRose, moving to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. And this does include Jefferson Parish only because it is moving so quickly. Not there yet. It will continue beyond Lockport and kind of cut across, let's see. It will then cut across St. Charles Parish, the southern portion of St. Charles Parish. St. Charles Parish kind of goes from the lake down into the bayou. So it's the more southern part of St. Charles Parish, and then would continue toward Jefferson Parish, kind of including the west bank from Estelle toward Wagaman, kind of at the end of the forecast timing. So it's not there yet, but it is moving in that direction at about 40 miles an hour. So let's time this one out as well as we've been doing with so many of the other storms. As we can put our tracker here, I can set it to 40 miles an hour. And then looking at the storm right around Lockport, kind of bringing it beyond Estelle and the Wagaman area. So we're looking at Lake Salvador at about 3:37, the New Orleans Motor Sports Park, if you're familiar with that. Just before the top of the hour at about 3:49 at Wagaman, 350, and then about 3:53 at Estelle St. Rita Catholic School on the West Bank, or excuse me, that would be the East Bank in River Ridge, Harahan, at 3:54. Now again, our area kind of extends out, just kind of taking into account maybe some error if the storm were to track one way or another. But if it does continue along this almost more due northeasterly track, it would not go beyond toward the Harahan area. It would keep it more in the West Bank first, and then maybe cross into parts of the metro, the city. Let's see, the tornado warning. I tell you that the problem with days like this is that they come so fast, it's hard to keep up with what is still active and what isn't. And so we have our active tornado warning for St. John to St. Charles into Jefferson Parish. On the North Shore, let's pan up there. We have the active, let's see, one of them has expired. Let's see, they canceled the tornado warning for St. Tammany, Hancock, and Pearl River, so that's good news there. That was a storm where we did have some debris signature, and we are starting to get some reports of maybe some tree damage in Abita Springs. Nothing specific yet on the size of the trees, but the fire department in Abita reporting trees across Highway 36 near the Abita Airport. That's kind of preliminary data as of right now, and we'll be working to get more on that. So there is no longer a tornado warning for St. Tammany, Hancock, and Pearl River. And again, as far as wondering who is in the clear, much of the North Shore starting to get that all clear sign. All of Tangipahoa Hope Parish, almost all of now Washington Parish, really we'll say all of Washington Parish, almost all of St. Tammany Parish, with the exception of, say, Pearl River, Slidell, as the line continues moving into the east. Now the metro area, New Orleans, Jefferson, and then down toward the coast, we're now just starting to get into the worst parts of this line of storms. As we continue to track these almost individual cells themselves, they do start showing signs of rotation, and thus we could see the potential for a tornado. Certainly with the rotation of the storm itself, what that means is this is a supercell thunderstorm. You're going to get strong winds, you're going to get heavy rain, you're going to get a lot of lightning, and then also the possibility of a tornado. And what has really been more of the focus for us with the current environment is that the environmental conditions are more conducive for larger and longer tracked tornadoes. Thankfully, knock on wood, whatever you need to do, we have not yet seen that, and the things are starting to settle on the North Shore, and we started to see maybe more of the setup where the South Shore would be kind of the springboard for those storms continuing toward the Northeast. That window is still there for the next couple of hours until this line clears us to the east, so that threat is still very much there. The storm that we're focusing on right now is the one kind of between Lockport and LaRose. Switching back over to the velocities, you know, it's still showing up very well, but when you do zoom in, this is over a lot of the more marshier areas, so thankfully no one at the moment being affected by this. Even as we zoom into parts of lower St. Charles, this is more to the southeast of Bayou Gauche, so this is not really going to affect any of the populated areas of lower St. Charles, moving out of St. John, eventually into St. Charles. It looks like this is going to stay clear of Jean Lafitte and then eventually move in the direction of Estelle and areas of the West Bank between Wagaman and Estelle if this storm were to hold together, because again, the reason that the warning box is so long is because the storms are moving so quickly, so you need to kind of encompass a much larger area at risk as these storms continuing. Getting more reports. Okay, it's the same from the fire department in Abita Springs of reported trees across Highway 36. So we'll venture up to the North Shore and be able to confirm that. Okay, we're on the ground now, or we're en route? Okay, we're en route from Covington, so we'll actually be in Abita Springs within the next several minutes, and we'll be able to show you that damage. You saw the damage in the Monts area, so obviously damage there. It will be yet to be determined by the National Weather Service when they go and investigate the storms, probably tomorrow, as to whether or not the debris field would fit the definition of a tornado. But sometimes we just say damage is damage, debris is debris, no matter what caused it. And obviously we had some damage in the Monts area. And thankfully, so far, no reports of any fatalities or injuries in that. Hopefully everyone heeded that word of warning and got to their safe space. So the storm that we're tracking right now with signs of rotation is in St. John, moving away from Lockport. At the moment, more over the marshy areas, not affecting anyone, but once it jumps into Jefferson Parish, it will have the potential to maybe affect our West Bank communities from Wagaman toward Marrero and Estelle if that one were to hold together. We also have some new flash flood warnings that I want to highlight, and that's from these downpours that have been moving across the river parishes. Those warnings will continue even as the rain is showing signs of breaking up, or at least getting more periods of quieter weather in that band. Still with the excessive rains that we have seen, low-lying areas, ditches, usually more the commonplace areas that will flood in a heavy rain will likely flood again or have flooded again, and just use caution in those areas. Hopefully, most everyone, with so many of the schools being closed early, a lot of businesses closed early, that there won't be nearly the congestion on the roadways as of 5 o'clock as these storms are clearing out, but we'll still have the standing water on the roadways. Hopeful that it's not too much of an issue for later this evening. And keep in mind, temperatures right behind this line are already starting to drop. The winds have shifted in Baton Rouge. We'll show you that coming up in just a moment. Winds have shifted and the cooler air is already starting to move in. So another few hours of monitoring this line, and then more of a winter-like feel is on the way, at least after the severe threat and what could potentially have been a few tornadoes on the ground. We will benefit from more seasonal type weather really for the foreseeable future. I was kind of looking at trying to build my forecast in between our severe weather updates, and it certainly looks like temperatures will be coming down and will stay low right through Christmas Day. So for folks that were hoping on a chilly Christmas, it looks like we're going to get one. But at first, we have to deal with this severe threat. And something else a lot of folks have been asking is that this is weird, right, for severe weather. This actually is not. This is a kind of secondary severe weather season for us in the late fall, early winter. There have been times, I remember just within the last 10 years or so, we had severe weather on Christmas Day that I remember being on air for. So it does happen, and this is kind of our secondary severe weather season. First one, and usually the more active, is the springtime, but for the deep south, this is also a severe weather season. So to get severe weather, November, December, right up toward near Christmas is not unusual, especially when we've had these long periods of very warm, humid air and a very strong cold front on the way associated with a very vigorous upper level system. This is not completely out of the ordinary. Storm that we're still watching, and I'm going to kind of monitor for any other potential rotation within some storms at the moment. Nothing really jumping out, maybe a few that are well offshore, kind of beyond accurate radar range. Let's see, they are continuing okay, this is just a continuation of the tornado watch for parts of our viewing area. We're also, as I said, we're starting to see some improving weather. Assumption, St. James, Tangi, Washington, Walthall, all no longer under the tornado watch. The tornado watch will continue elsewhere until 8 p.m., but as more and more of our parishes and counties are removed from the line, we will see the watch expired for them as well. We'll continue to monitor this rotating storm kind of now moving into St. Charles Parish. At the moment, it's over the marsh, so it won't be affecting anyone. And we'll kind of highlight this a little bit more if it does hold together and continues into northern Jefferson Parish.
All right, Chris, thank you. We're going to continue our coverage here. We're going to head out to Alexandra Cranford, who's in the Mobile Forecast Center. Last time we checked in with her, she was on an airline headed west toward Mons, where we know that there are several reports of damage. We saw Whitney Miller out there, and we saw lots of damage there.
Yes, and so that obviously confirms something hit in that area, and it tore up, Alexandra, I don't know if you hear me, but it tore up a shed that was there. The family said they sheltered in place, and so you're headed towards that area. Are you anywhere close or nearby so you can tell us what you see around you?
Yeah, you know, Cherise, we're actually moving around. We've been moving the crews, and Whitney's already there. We're now on 310 heading north, and it's definitely picking up. We have heavy rain. It's not the heaviest rain I've ever seen, but definitely we have rain. We've heard some thunder. We've seen some lightning, but it's actually been a bit limited for where we are right now. And one thing to think about, we've been saying the line is moving to the east. These are all good things. Seeing some areas cleared now from the tornado watch area, but I just wanted to remind everyone, really for where there is still a tornado watch, including much of the South Shore, parts of the North Shore too, you still just want to be careful, because if you remember, there are events where we see the line moving through, it's making progress, it looks like we're almost out of the woods, and then sometimes we do get a tornadic cell right at the end as the line is progressing around New Orleans and off to the east and into look, and we're in the Mobile Forecast Center, so this is what we're seeing right now. I'm going to move the camera around a little bit. Lots of heavy rain. I mean, this is not really an ideal situation for being out driving on 310 or anywhere around here, including, you know, a little farther to the west where there is still rain. You can see the heavy rain just continuing to come down. Windshield wipers certainly on, and we've actually been pumping them for this camera, which is on the roof of the car. Immediately comes back on the camera screen, so we're still seeing those raindrops here. But yeah, so we're just driving through right now, taking a look, surveying the scene. This particular spot where we are on 310, not far from Kenner. We just have been moving a little bit farther away from Kenner, but this is the scene right now. So as we've been urging you all day, if you're in this spot, even though there's not an active tornado warning for where we are, certainly, you know, this is just a great afternoon to stay indoors. Keep in mind where your safe space is. Have that ready to go in case a warning pops up, like they have been popping, including that one farther south of the lake and including parts of the West Bank right now. I'm going to put up our camera from our different view. We're now approaching, you can see the Hanville and Luling area. There's the St. Rose Destrehan exit, and you can see the bridge coming up and looking pretty ominous there with that bridge looming with the dark clouds in the background. So yeah, just your thunderstorm kind of conditions here in this part of our viewing area where we are right now.
Alexandra, can you tell us, I know it's not recommended that you're out driving around a lot right now, but can you tell us a little bit about what you're feeling on the roads? Is there a lot of water on the roads? Can you feel the wind, especially whenever you go over those bridges? What's it like?
Yeah, actually, it's funny as you say that. We are starting to feel a little bit of wind as we're getting a bit more elevated driving onto this bridge. And yeah, it's funny. We see people out and about. And let's see, we are actually seeing a darker cloud. Let me put up our camera here. Oh, there it went. Sorry. Yeah, so you can see that dark line of clouds as we're continuing to move along 310. So yeah, there are still cars, there are trucks, everyone has their headlights on, so that's good. I'm seeing lots of windshield wipers on, of course, and you know, traffic is moving right now, not the greatest conditions as we're feeling the car kind of swing a little bit from side to side. Let me pop up our other camera really quickly and show you what we're seeing out to the, let's see, to the kind of left-hand side of where we are. Let me zoom our camera over. I mean, it's a pretty dark and kind of ominous looking sky here with that layer of dark clouds, and that extends all the way off to the left-hand side of where we're moving, and to the back you can see, I think there's heavier rain there, so it starts to get a little bit more obscured, but certainly seeing the rain on the roads. So far, everything going okay, not seeing any accidents in our particular spot, but like I was saying earlier, we have flash flood warnings out for a huge chunk of our viewing area, so not a good day to be on the roads. We're doing it in the Mobile Forecast Center, but not really recommended for a lot of our viewing area right now.
Yeah, Alexander, I'm watching you drive down that roadway, and it's actually making me really nervous just seeing all the water on the roadways and knowing the winds are picking up in that area, so please be careful out in the Mobile Forecast Center. We'll check back in with you in a second, but for right now, we're going to switch things over to Parish President Matthew Jewell joining us on the phone right now. We're reading your letter right now, issuing a state of emergency for the parish. You said the EOC is reporting some damage in the Kelowna area. Have you seen any of that damage firsthand?
No, I haven't seen any of that damage firsthand. I'm at the EOC helping to coordinate our response to this issue at the moment, but we do have fire, EMS, and the sheriff's office down there, so we are getting information back. There is damage in the Kelowna area. There are a lot of down power lines, and there are injuries and a fatality at this time.
Oh, so you are reporting there is a fatality. Where did this happen?
In the Kelowna area. So we had a likely tornado touchdown near Nelson Coleman Correctional Facility in Kelowna area, just to the south of 3127, and it moved northward through the Kelowna community and into across the river into Muntz. So we have some damaged homes in Muntz, and we have potentially severe damage in the Kelowna area. So right now we have a lot of our resources going out to those areas to do search and rescue and start getting access back to into those communities.
When you're talking about damage, Parish President, is this mostly homes? Is this mostly power poles? What kind of things are your crews dealing with?
There are significant power poles down. We have reports of gas leaks as well. So we are asking residents to stay out of the area. The area is not safe right now, and we're asking residents in the area, if they are listening, to stay in their homes if possible, and listen to any evacuation orders that the sheriff's office might have for you. We are in that area. We're responding, and we have equipment working to restore our access. Entergy should be in the area at this time to get poles and lines out of the way and to ensure that that site is safe.
All right, President Jewell, I know that you're confirming that fatality. Can you tell us more about, if you know anything regarding the circumstances of this? Was this person inside of their home? Were they outside of their home? What exactly happened here, if you do know?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information at this time, and when I do get that information, if it's appropriate, I'll update the public at that time.
All right, right now, do we have any emergency centers that are open for anyone who possibly may have had any damage to their home or may need shelter?
Yeah, we opened up a shelter of refuge at 1 o'clock today at the Judge Edward A. Dufresne Community Center. That's 274 Judge Edward Dufresne Drive in Luling. And if our residents need anything at this time, to give our EOC a call. Our Emergency Operations Center phone number is 985-783-5050. Again, that shelter is open at the community center. And as we get more information and do our assessments in those affected areas from this tornado, we will advise the public on where to go if necessary.
And I know that you're watching this unfold just like everybody else on, with our meteorologists and everything here. But are there any other parts of your parish that you want people to be on alert for any other severe weather headed their way, or any message to other people in the parish?
Yeah, I would say if you look at the radar, we're certainly not out of this squall line yet. So we're just asking residents to stay in their homes. If they hear those sirens go off, to go to a safe place in their home. There's a lot of moving parts right now. It's happening very fast, so it's best if everybody just treats every tornado warning as if a tornado is in their area. Please stay off of the streets. And if there's any down lines, a smell of gas, please call the St. Charles Parish EOC. Stay away from those areas. Let us dispatch the appropriate response teams to those areas.
All right, St. Charles Parish President Matthew Jewell, thank you so much. We're thinking about you guys over there, and I know that we'll be in touch with you for updates as this develops. Thank you so much.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And of course, you just heard there, unfortunately, confirming that there is one fatality after storms went through that area. Parish President Jules saying that this happened in the Kelowna area where we saw a lot of damage. The video that you're actually looking at is from our reporter, Whitney Miller, who's out in that area right now. She said that she spoke with a family who said they all sheltered indoors inside of their home. And it looks like this is a shed that was hit in that area. That shed was torn to shreds, as you can see right here, just to give you a sense of the impact of exactly what happened in that area. Chris has been following along with this, and I mean, you know, it's unfortunate when you hear that there are any fatalities when it comes to these storms, and you're hoping that this number doesn't grow at all.
Of course, and we're seeing these storms in so many areas of our viewing area as well. We're going to head out now to Eleanor Trebone. She is in Eden Isle, which is up in St. Tammany Parish, and I know that you just got there a moment ago, but can you tell us what you're seeing? Is there any damage where you are, Eleanor?
Devin and Therese, that's right. We just got here to Eden Isles in Slidell. Now, we just arrived, say, 10 minutes ago. We're starting to see some lightning. We're hearing some thunder. The rain is starting to pick up. When we arrived, it was, you know, not as heavy. It's much heavier now. The thunder is getting much louder. I'm going to step out of the way. It's starting to get a little bit rougher out on the water here. But so far, Devin and Therese, no damage. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. I was just texting with meteorologist Chris Franklin moments ago, and he said the worst is about to come here to Eden Isles, so we'll continue to keep you updated. But as I'm standing here and talking to you both now, Devin and Therese, the rain is starting to get much heavier than it was, say, 5-10 minutes ago, and as you can see, it's getting a lot heavier now. But like I said, no damage from what we've seen so far. Just a lot of rain, the lightning right now and the thunder, but we'll continue to keep you updated. Devin and Therese.
Eleanor, thank you so much.
And of course, we know on the North Shore we've had that possible cell between Madisonville and Mandeville. You and I have seen some things online, so we're just hoping at this point that everybody's okay up there.
All right, and of course, if you have any video or any pictures that you see online, you can be sure to send that to us. Download the WWL-TV app or download the weather app, and you can send those pictures in via email or on the app, or you can tweet us right now, both of us on social media, checking out some of those pictures and videos, some of the very latest pictures and videos we showed you on air from our own Whitney Miller, who witnessed and spoke with a family who says they couldn't go on camera with us because they were just too shaken up in order to tell us exactly how they stayed safe from that storm. But of course, obviously, if a tornado is coming through your area, make sure that you stay in a safe place, shelter in place. We heard from Parish President Jewell that if you have been affected, you can contact the EOC Center in St. Charles if you need any assistance, but don't try to remove debris by yourself. He talked about down power lines, and he also talked about a gas leak that's happening right now. We don't know exactly where that is, so we're trying to get more information on that.
Yeah, and he did say, I mean, we've seen that some of these power lines can be live, and we're looking at the power outages. You and I have been looking at the Entergy map and also the CLECO map. There really aren't that many outages that we have seen, which also means that if there is something down near your home, there is a chance that it could be a live wire. So really be careful. And of course, only send us photos or videos if it is totally safe to do so and the coast is clear outside.
All right. I heard like a little buzz thing from Chris. I don't know if that's an indication of something happening. Chris, do we have any other warnings still going on?
No, well, we're just getting anytime in our chat group with the National Weather Service, if they mention the potential of a tornado, they kind of take the word tornado and then use that little buzz to bring our attention to it. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for that same line that is moving through St. Tammany for Hancock, Harrison, and Pearl River until 4:30. They're mentioning the possibility of a tornado, but nothing yet, or no reason for a tornado warning to be issued. So the only active tornado warning that we still have is the one that is from now St. Charles, southern St. Charles, getting ready to move into Jefferson Parish. So at the moment, this has been over the marsh. So we have not been able to confirm whether or not there was actually a tornado on the ground. We really don't get a debris signature from kind of over the marsh. You don't really see anything jumping out. But the velocities certainly show that couplet of rotation. And as we've been saying, this was something that we would really more focus in on once it crossed into Jefferson, as it will put parts of our West Bank community under the gun around Lapalco toward Westwego, maybe as far to the east as Estelle, and it looks like maybe clipping or just around the Wagaman area toward Bridge City. And it does look like that rotation, that couplet, is still very much showing up. Just information coming in all over the place, trying to get it all to you as it is coming in. So that's the one that we're going to continue to monitor. At the moment, no one really at threat, but for the folks, Estelle, Bridge City, Wagaman around Lapalco, you may be wanting to get ready to get into that tornado safe space. The area in St. Tammany Parish that we had mentioned, now we're not showing any rotation within the storm. There is the potential. You kind of see a broad area right here crossing into Hancock County, but it's really the thunderstorm warning is for the entire line that is continuing through St. Tammany Parish. You saw Eleanor Tabone is in Slidell, so switching over to the reflectivity. She is getting in on some of the heaviest of the rainfall, very frequent lightning, gusty winds, as well as the strong straight line winds where you kind of see this little bow echo showing up where the winds are actually kind of pushing out ahead of the line. So you've got some strong winds kind of north and along I-10 right now, moving through Hancock County. So that will continue, may start to move into Harrison County and then northward into Pearl River County. So at the moment, the warned area is only for the strong straight line wind potential with this. They mentioned the possibility of a tornado, but at the moment, not really jumping out as far as the indications go for tight enough rotation for there to actually be a tornado. So at the moment, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for moving out of St. Tammany Parish and more for southern Mississippi. And again, the other area of concern is that tornado, potential tornado on the ground moving out of St. Charles Parish, getting ready to jump into Jefferson Parish from the West Bank. So this is the storm that I'm talking about, and what you're looking at here is that couplet where the reds are moving away from the radar. Our radar side is up in Slidell. The greens are moving toward, so toward and away, and that's where you have the rotation. And when those colors are very close together, we call that a couplet. Now where you see maybe kind of a broad area, it just indicates a broad rotation. And we've seen almost all of these thunderstorms doing that. These are supercell thunderstorms. The environmental conditions in southeast Louisiana, although starting to move out, were prime for the supercell thunderstorms and the potential for tornadic development. So we kind of expected that we would have countless warnings issued through the afternoon and into the early evening hours. The good news is that we're already starting to see parts of our viewing area removed from the tornado watch, and that will continue as this line pushes east. We were just showing you up in St. Tammany Parish that the line is just about out of Pearl River, St. Tammany, and Slidell. So as that moves out, the threat of severe weather is gone. It's already gone in Tangi. It's already gone in Washington. Moving out of St. Tammany right now, still ongoing across the metro area, but conditions improving. Okay, we do have a new tornado warning for that cell that I've been highlighting. As it is going to start now, and I think everyone's phone just went off because it does include Metro New Orleans. So this is the one that has shown that sign of rotation, and as it continues toward the northeast, it will first affect the West Bank. Yep, everyone's phone is going off, as well it should, because just about everyone in the majority of our population is now under this new tornado warning. So this is the one that we've been tracking since it was in southern St. John, moved across St. Charles. That couplet of rotation has not weakened at all. In fact, we'll kind of go back in time here. It's not quite to the West Bank yet, so we still have a little bit of time left before before you need to take immediate cover. But as we kind of go back in the last half hour or so, it does look like that couplet has intensified. So if there was a tornado on the ground, it has strengthened. If there wasn't, then there very likely could be now. Of course, in most of its history, it has been over the marsh. So we have had no confirmation of anything on the ground. And really over the marsh, you're not going to really get that debris signal. This is a wind shear, so I was meant to click on my debris signature here. You're really not to get a lot of that. Maybe some starting to show up there. So this is something that the metro area needs to take seriously right now. This will be a storm that continues. And let me track this out, because this affects so much of our area and so much of our population. So the storm itself is moving at about 35 miles an hour. So as we time this out at about 35 miles an hour, and again, just kind of getting a very rough estimate on the timing of this storm, here's what we're looking at. Westwego at just before the top of the hour. The Adolescent Hospital at 3:58, Walkertown at 3:58 as well, then jumping the river and moving in Uptown. Tulane, Shrewsbury, and Old Jefferson at about 4:02. The Veterans Administrative Medical Center at 4:05. The City Park area at 4:08. 4:11 Arabi. Gentilly 4:13. 4:14 not long after that. Chalmette, the lakefront at 4:16. Seabrook area 4:16. Michoud 4:23. 4:25 Littlewoods. That is a huge portion of our population, all under a tornado warning, and an area that couplet, that rotation, that signature has not weakened. And if anything, it has strengthened. So this is something just about the entirety of our area needs to take shelter for now. Get into that center room. Get into the lowest level of your home. Get into a room that is farthest away from any exterior walls, no windows. If you can, grab something that you can cover yourself with, because a huge portion of our population is under, at the moment, this tornado warning. The storm that we have been tracking has shown signs of that rotation signature for quite a while now. It is not weakened, it has strengthened. So this is something that does need to be taken very, very seriously. Tracking it over the last hour or so, it has not let up. Now this is just the reflectivity, so this is just looking at the rainfall. As we switch over and show you the velocities, that couplet has not weakened. It looks like it may be just to the folks in the Estelle area. It may be just to your west. So Westwego, Marrero, get into that tornado safe space right now. This is on your doorstep and moving at 35 miles an hour. You only have a couple more minutes before this is on top of you. Again, this couplet is what we've been watching, and it has not let up. We have not seen it start weakening at all. We have not seen it kind of decouple, where you don't really get that strong rotation. If anything, it has strengthened. And again, we're getting new alerts on our phones here, because it includes so much of the metro area and so much of the population. Now, if you're in Jefferson Parish, this is south of River Ridge, this is south of Harahan. It's south of a good portion of Metairie, but it does include Old Metairie, and then toward kind of the trajectory toward Lakeview. So the Bucktown area, probably outside of this, but Lakeview, as you cross the canal there, you're in this. City Park, Mid-City, here in the French Quarter, Uptown, we are all under this tornado warning, which at the moment is on the West Bank. So at the moment, it is closing in on Westwego and Marrero, and I don't know if we're able to see it from our tower camera.
No, they're moving it around right now.
Okay.
So there's a lot of rain, so the visibility is up. You're able to see anything.
So we have, you know, this is one of the big issues with tornadoes here, is that what we call their rain wrap. We will not see anything coming. For folks that think you'll be able to see this and have time to get into that room, you won't know it's coming. You will not be able to see anything. This is our camera from the French Quarter. We're looking back over the city. You can see the cathedral. We can at least see the rooftops of the homes in the French Quarter, but beyond that, toward Canal and downtown, we cannot see anything. So trying to see this, you're not going to be able to. If we switch back over to radar, just to give you again an idea of where this is, almost to Lapalco. So Walkertown, it's almost to you. Now Woodmere, Estelle, you're in the clear. This is staying to your west. It is moving away from you. It'll stay to your north. So at the moment, there's Nicole Boulevard. Here is Lapalco. It is just about to cross Lapalco. Then eventually Highway 90. Now this is another one of our cameras. Okay, this is Marrero, West Bank Expressway. Again, look at your visibilities. You are not going to see a tornado. For folks that think, oh, I'll be able to see it and spot it and then have plenty of time to get into a safe space, you're not going to have the time to do that. You are not going to have that type of warning that you think you will. This is not storms in the Great Plains where you can see these miles off. This is usually right on top of you. And I tell you what, the intensity of the velocities has increased even more just before it approaches Lapalco. This is this is one of the more significant signatures for tornado that we have seen since the last time we had a West Bank tornado that then eventually moved toward Arabi. So this is something that needs to be taken seriously. In West Wego, Lapalco, you're under the gun right now. This is eventually going to move toward Barataria and then cross the river. Then you're looking at the Riverbend area, Tulane, Uptown area, and then continuing along that path toward the heart of the city, may continue toward the French Quarter, City Park, Gentilly, and beyond. So this needs to be taken seriously because a huge portion of Metro New Orleans and a huge portion of our population is under this tornado warning. Let's switch over and look at the debris signature to see if anything is being picked up by this. Not quite into the populated area just yet, but I would venture to say, and this is not a good thing, that it's possible that once it starts getting into the more developed areas of the West Bank and Marrero, we may start to see that debris signature picking up on damage. So it's something that does need to be taken very, very seriously. This is kind of that hook echo. Again, your tornado is right here, Marrero. You are not going to see it coming. You are already in with heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and the visibilities are way down. You are not going to see anything. Switching over to the velocities, because the velocities is what really tells the story. This is one of the most clean-cut velocity signatures I have seen on radar in quite a while, of the winds moving toward the radar in Slidell and away. This is your circulation. This is your tornado. So it has already crossed over Lapalco. It is on the West Bank Expressway, Highway 90, getting ready to move toward Barataria, and then it will cross the river and continue, maybe not quite the river bend, but certainly uptown over Chop, and then continue through uptown. The tornado warning will continue as the storm is moving at about 35 miles an hour. Folks, if I sound a little bit more nervous in my voice, it is because I am, because this is moving over a very large part of our population and a very large part of Metro New Orleans. Switching over to the debris signature. Starting to maybe see something showing up, not really clear cut, but certainly some indications of debris showing up, especially as the tornado has now crossed Highway 90, West Bank Expressway, and continuing toward Barataria. Eventually it's going to hop the river, and here's Chapatulas. Again, here is the Riverbend area. It looks like you're going to be okay, but the rest of uptown, and then eventually maybe Algiers if it continues along that path, but certainly downtown and the French Quarter will be under the path of this possible tornado as it continues. There's the signature showing up, and it actually looks like it may be, moving almost more east. So it does look like Tulane, Riverbend may be okay, as it looks like this is moving a little bit more to the east. So folks in Gretna to Algiers, it may be kind of taking a trajectory more in that direction. For us in the French Quarter, we are going to have to watch this in the next couple of minutes. It is moving about 35 miles an hour, so it should be here within the next few minutes. And Michelle is tracking this out. So again, is this at 35 miles an hour? Let's zoom out so we can kind of get more of the areas that are being impacted by this. So folks on the West Bank, it is over you right now, and it's been taking a little bit more of an easterly jog within the entire warned area. So maybe that City Park and south toward Old Metairie, Old Jefferson may be spared from this. So Marrero, it's over you right now. Harvey, and then Turo at just before 4 o'clock. Gretna at 4 o'clock. New Orleans proper at 4:02. Arabi 4:06. Gentilly at 4:09. And then continuing along toward Lakefront, Seabrook, Michoud, all before 4:20. New Orleans East Rehabilitation Center out in New Orleans East at 4:20. Little Woods at 4:21. So if it does continue along this trajectory, it may be more the eastern portion, so say downtown. Maybe sparing uptown, just to see where this eventual track would take it. But here is the Crescent City connection, so it would cross right over that. And again, you saw the visibilities. We are very reduced. We cannot see much beyond just a few blocks on our camera. So, okay, this is East Bank. So this is US 90. Oh, this is, I'm sorry, this West Bank West Bank Expressway in Marrero. There are your visibilities. You are not, I tell you what, this tornado could be a few car lengths ahead of us on our camera and we would not see anything. So you are not going to get that lead time from this storm at all as it continues along that trajectory. I'll take it, Michelle. As we kind of jump back over to radar, and I want to go back to our, let's see, our velocities here. So you get an idea. I mean, boy, it just kind of screams out at exactly where this is. So it does appear that perhaps it has crossed the river, or right over the river, or may have just crossed the river. So it could be right at around Tchoupitoulas and moving toward maybe not quite the Crescent City connection, but maybe toward the Pontchartrain Expressway, and then kind of zooming in a little bit more. You're looking at a good portion of uptown, kind of the, you know, this is where we're talking about right here. Let me zoom out a little bit. This is where we're talking about right here. So north of Harvey, but on the West Bank, it's right in through here that we have a tornado on the ground. And the thing that still worries me, McDonoughville, so it's moving in that direction. It has been maybe a little bit more east within the entire tornado warned polygon. So it does look to be a little bit more east where it's moving. So if it does, and again, it may jump the river again. It's possible that it is on the East Bank, maybe on the West Bank, maybe kind of hugging right around the river toward McDonoughville and then Algiers Point eventually. And then continuing, boy, I tell you what, it could continue toward maybe the Bywater as it moves in that direction. If it moves at this trajectory, it may miss the French Quarter. We're getting reports of heavy debris with the missing roof at MacArthur and 8th in Marrero. So it looks like we've already gotten reports of damage in Marrero. Okay, and okay, the debris signature is over Harvey right now. Again, we've been saying it was kind of difficult when these almost kind of get a little bit more of a broad area. So we'll switch over to the debris field. Okay, 2 homes missing roofs. This is from an emergency manager on the West Bank. So at least 2 homes with missing roofs. I imagine in the Marrero area, since that was the first report. But Harvey, Gretna, you've got that debris signature over you right now. So that is where the tornado is. This is where the tornado is. So it looks like maybe it did not quite jump the river. It may still be on the West Bank, but hugging the river at Gretna right now, right along the West Bank Expressway. We just showed you the camera of the West Bank Expressway. We cannot see anything beyond a few car lengths. So if there is anything there, you are not going to be able to see it coming in your direction. So at the moment, the storm does look to be around the Harvey, Gretna area. Looks like it is just skipping Terrytown as it continues, possibly in the direction kind of following the West Bank Expressway, and then eventually toward Algiers. Is just kind of based on the past trajectory, as it seems to be more right along almost the eastern periphery of our warned area. You can see the flashing line here. That is the eastern periphery of our warned area at the moment. So this does look to be more keeping it onto the West Bank. And switching back over to the velocities, you know, Gretna, Terrytown, this is over you right now. This is on top of Gretna, Terrytown, McDonoughville. All of these neighborhoods, all of these regions need to be, okay, report, a traffic cam showed a rain-wrapped tornado crossing Highway 90 about 4 minutes ago near 45. So one of the traffic cams was showing something that could have been a rain-wrapped tornado.
Well, Chris, while you're looking at that.
Okay, can we pull up Michelle's microphone? The new information is coming in rapidly, and I'm trying to get it organized and get it to our viewers right now.
So it's just updated. Okay, now we're beginning to see a flashing purple color that now it is a tornado emergency. It looks like this area of rotation, it is continuing to strengthen as it's moving over those neighborhoods right now.
Okay, we're getting Gretna Fire Department is reporting a tornado on the ground, 4th Street and Hancock, and moving toward Algiers. So folks in Algiers, you need to be in that tornado safe space. Take cover now in Algiers. Again, Gretna FD is reporting a tornado on the ground. This is from Emergency Management, 4th Street and Hancock, and moving toward Algiers. So Gretna, Algiers, and folks on the west bank, or excuse me, on the east bank from Arabi to Bywater, get into that tornado safe space right now. This looks like it'll continue along that path from Algiers, possibly hop the river, Bywater, Arabi. This will continue towards you. We're getting that debris signature. You can kind of see it standing out there. We're getting kind of really jumping out on the west bank now, as well as that velocity signature, still very, very bright and still showing up very well defined. So the reports that we're getting latest from Emergency Management is a tornado on the ground at 4th Street and Hancock that is in Gretna and moving toward Algiers. We're also working to get camera views and anything that we can show you live of that. I'm wondering if our tower camera is able to capture anything. It may be too rain wrapped to see anything at all if we turned our camera, since we're fairly close here in the French Quarter, looking toward the West Bank. I mean, this is looking back toward the city. So if we can kind of turn the camera, we can turn the camera toward the left. We'd be turning it more toward. Again, I mean, even if we did, we're not going to be able to see it. I mean, you can see we barely see the top of the cathedral, and that's only a few blocks away from us here in the quarter. So anything just over the river, we're not going to spot anything on our camera. And that is what's dangerous about these storms, is that they are very much embedded within rain. But you did see that change over to the purple color of a confirmed tornado on the ground when you look at the debris signature showing up, and based on, it looks like, the number of reports that we're getting on the ground of debris showing up, that we do indeed have a tornado on the ground. In Gretna, it may be over Algiers right now, as it's been moving at about 35 miles an hour. So I'm going to kind of widen out here and try and track this again, looking at about 35 miles an hour, and kind of assuming it'll continue along this path that keeps it more on the eastern side of the warned area. Algiers, basically now Martin Berman Elementary at 4:04 within a minute. F. Edward Aber Hospital, the Piety Wharf at 4:06. So again, kind of assuming that it will jump the river. United Medical Center, 4:06. Arabi at 4:07. Combe Middle School at 4:07. Alfred Lawless, my screen here kind of flashed, 4:08, 4:09, Arabi Park Middle. Sidney Torres Memorial Park at 4:10, 4:14, the New Orleans Adventist Academy. So all of these areas, you need to be in your safe space immediately, because this is just looking at the next 10 minutes of this tornado on the ground. A very clear-cut velocity signature, a very clear-cut debris signature, all showing up, so all indicating a confirmed tornado on the ground. Now, when you look at the velocities, again, this has been more on the eastern periphery. This is kind of a large area encompassing, as I said, a very large part of our viewing, or a large part of our population in the metro area, but really this has been more contained to, say, the eastern part of the warned area so far. Confirmed tornado is near Arabi now, nearing Chalmette. So this continues for St. Bernard, Orleans and St. Bernard. It's moving northeast, continues moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour, excuse me. So it does look like it has once again jumped the river, or it has jumped the river now, and is out over Arabi. You know, a different trajectory, but basically the same area that saw the tornado last year. And it looks like, or last season, and it looks like it is following kind of along a very similar path. It'll be near Chalmette. It looks like if that trajectory holds, it might keep it more Arabi than further into Chalmette. And then kind of continuing, then it'll be more over the marsh, and then eventually in the direction of Michoud, and could continue out toward Littlewood. So it does look like it's going to avoid Gentilly. It looks like it'll avoid Seabrook and that part of the lakefront, the New Orleans lakefront, but it looks to be over Arabi right now. probably will miss Chalmette the way it appears on our trajectory right now. But folks at Chalmette, I wouldn't breathe that sigh of relief. I'd be in that tornado safe space. Does look like it's avoiding the bywater here in the French Quarter, so we're not too far from it here at WWL. So we are not far from the tornado once again. Looks like it may be over the Araby area. So this jumped the river from Algiers to Araby. Again, kind of a slightly different path, but does look like it it is moving over Araby right now. Let's take a look at the debris signature. But it just kind of jumps out at you between Chalmette over Araby right now of possible debris lofted into the storm itself. That is what radar is picking up here, but it's also picking up some debris elsewhere. So this is going back to reflectivity here, this is a very strong storm, and it's kind of in this little bit that has broken off from the main cell. This is where your tornado is. So here's Chalmette, here's Araby. That's where the tornado is, and it's been moving more on the eastern side of the warned area. So it's at the moment south of 90, it's south of the 510 where it's going to end, and it may stay south of that altogether as it eventually moves further into New Orleans east and around the Michoud area. But at the moment, it does look like we have that tornado over Araby. Now, one thing I do want to show as we're still focusing on Araby is to take this back just the last 50 minutes or so to see if indeed the velocity signature, and it is what looked to be, I mean, very strong over Marrero and continuing through the West Bank, then Gretna, and then once it got toward Algiers, now Araby, it does look like that debris signature is weakening. So if there's any good news, it does look like the tornado is weakening as it continues on that northeasterly trajectory. So that may be better news for the folks in Michoud, Little Woods, as it continues along that path, and then eventually maybe LA 47, kind of south of the 510. But it looks like it has been weakening as just, again, the last 30 minutes or so, even heck, the last now 10 minutes or so, as it is over Araby, it does look like it has started to weaken a bit. So if there's, again, any positive here, is that it is weakening. Not to say you should be out of your safe spot at the moment. Let's stay in there for the time being, but at the moment, it's looking better and better as it does appear as though this tornado is weakening. And that's something that we're going to continue to track until this warned area is done. And we'll take a look at other areas where thankfully it looks like there hasn't been much else showing up in terms of rotation. We're starting to get the clearing in northern, at least, St. Charles Parish, so good news there. From Des Allemands south, we still have the cluster of strong thunderstorms. Again, here's kind of our line of storms. Let me widen out real quick just to show you. Here's the more or less well-formed line of storms. Anything west of the line, severe risk is done. May still have some ongoing thunderstorms, may have a few brief downpours, maybe a few rumbles of thunder. The severe risk is gone here. Along the line and out ahead of it, it still exists. So all of southern Mississippi still in play. And much of from, say, Terrebonne Bay toward the Biloxi Marsh, Lake Borgne, still very much in play as the line continues to progress toward the east. And then within that line, we're getting these individual cells in the line, kind of embedded within the line, that have produced rotation and possibly become tornadic. It does look like it may be, if there is, and again, I'm going to go back the last few minutes or so with the trajectory of this. Kind of looks like it's just hugging the warned line here. So right here is where, so it looks like it is going to avoid Chalmette, moving now away from Araby. Here's LA 47, there's Saturn Boulevard, Michoud. So it's kind of moving now in that direction. However, it does appear as though it has weakened. We are getting emergency management reports here. Heavy damage, no other details. Lydia Court in Marrero. That's in the 700 block of Lydia Court in Marrero. Emergency management is reporting heavy damage. No other details other than to say heavy damage at the 700 block of Lydia Court in Marrero. Wait to see if we've gotten any reports in Algiers or now Araby north of Chalmette. But I tell you what, the warning continues. However, just looking at the velocity signature, say over the last 11 minutes or so, it has really fallen apart, that it almost looks as though you're not really getting the rotation. Now you're just getting kind of the winds along the leading edge of this line of storm. So it may be that the rotation is starting to wane, which would be fantastic news. And it may be that it does not continue to pose a threat for Michoud and Little Woods. Stay on alert for right now. Let's wait for another few passes of the radar to see if this continues to show signs of weakening. But at the moment, it's certainly in the last 10 minutes and definitely since 3:50 as it passed over Marrero, it is not showing those signs of that well-defined couplet of rotation. So it does appear as though that has, okay, they're going to continue the warning until 4:30. As they were saying, the confirmed tornado located near New Orleans East will continue until 4:30. So we're going to stay with this until 4:30 unless before that the Weather Service decides to expire. They may be continuing it as it was a confirmed tornado with that debris signature, but when we switch over to look for the debris signature, you kind of have a wide area, a wide swath of potential debris there. And you know, that may be why the Weather Service is going to continue this, but you know, at the moment, looking at just the velocities, it looks like maybe this is weakening, but it's something that we're going to continue to monitor closely over the next, say, 15 minutes or so. Sharice and Devin.
Chris, thank you so much. We've been really kind of just monitoring all of the damage reports that we're seeing in the area that you're talking about. Several streets are reporting certain damage. Councilman Scott Walker even tweeted in that area for JP that there's damage on 9th Street and Gretna and JP. A lot of people in the lower 9th Ward saying that they're seeing heavy winds and debris that's flying around. So trying to confirm that a tornado is on the ground in that area. Someone who said they did see a tornado, Alyssa Curtis, she is our reporter, and Alyssa is on the West Bank. Well, she was under the West Bank Expressway right now. Joining us now by phone. Alyssa, can you tell us exactly what you saw and just kind of how big this was and how massive this thing was?
Hey guys, yeah, I'm under the West Bank Expressway off of Porter Street, and me and my photographer, I was in the car working for our later shows, and I looked up, and just behind the houses off of Porter Street, there was a tornado. It was moving so quick. It was maybe less than 2 minutes. It moved through the neighborhoods, through the streets, through the buildings. It wasn't extremely big, but again, any tornado this size is so scary. So you really, really want to get indoors, stay off of the streets. It was so quick. Anything can happen in an instant. Again, we're under the West Bank Expressway off of Porter Street, and that tornado was not too far from us, and it moved so quickly. You want to be so safe.
And Alyssa, I believe the video we're watching right now with kind of the two buildings in the front, that's your video that you took at the time, correct?
Yes, this is the video. My photographer was out getting people driving on the street. Not too many people, but we just wanted to show the rain, and the tornado just came through as we were filming the rain. It happened so quickly. I got him to jump in the car. We closed everything. We started, backing up so we could get as far away as possible in such a, quick instant. But it moved so quickly. So please get off the road if you're in this area.
Alyssa, do you see any damage around you right now?
I am not seeing any damage right now, but I am a little, proof of where the tornado was. I'm about a block away on the other side of the street, and it's so gloomy and rainy. It's hard to tell, so I cannot confirm any damage. That's not to say there couldn't be any in the area from the tornado. It's just a little hard to tell with it being so rainy and gloomy over here.
All right, Alyssa, please be safe. Make sure that you're taking shelter when you need to, and thank you so much for your reporting.
Thank you.
I don't know if any of our producers can get up that energy outage map, but Devin is taking a look at the outage map, and we have a lot of outages.
Major outages, and you can really see the path that Chris was talking about when you look at the map. I don't know if it's possible to bring it up, or should I just turn my computer around? But if we look
even more now.
Yeah, I'll just turn it around here.
Even more.
If you can see it, you can kind of see from the West Bank towards Arabi and Chalmette where exactly that path was. There's more than 11,000 people in Jefferson Parish without power, almost 5,000 in St. Bernard Bernard Parish without power, and mostly the tip of Algiers is in the dark right now.
I know you see a lot of people who are posting online, and we see your posts. If you have any pictures or any videos, you can always send those to us so we can share in a safe way exactly what's happening. We saw some video, there we go, with that outage map, and you can see a lot of red that's happening right there on the West Bank where Chris confirmed, or we confirmed where that tornado path is going. Chris, we're hearing a lot of people talk about the lower Ninth Ward and Araby right now. They're saying they're seeing a lot of damage. They're seeing a lot of debris, and I don't know if there's exactly any down power lines or whatnot, but of course, if you have any video, if you have any pictures, you can send them our way, but we want you to shelter in place. This is not something we want to play with. We want you to be careful if you are in those areas. But luckily, we've heard something from Chris say that possibly could be weakening. Is that right, Chris?
Yeah, it still looks like I'm looking at the velocities again. What that does is that looks at the winds in the storm, and what had been a very well-defined couplet where those reds and greens are tight together. Earlier, as it was moving through the West Bank and then jumped and maybe into Araby, we're not seeing that any longer. Now, the warning continues until 4:30. However, it does look like the threat is really gone. And if this were to be still on the ground, it looks like it's maybe just to the south of Michoud, south of Highway 90. So certainly folks in the Michoud area, out New Orleans East, get into that center room just for a little while longer, wait for this threat to pass, but it does look like the threat is continuing to pass. I'm waiting to confirm from some viewers as we are getting pictures sent into us as well as into our newsroom of what definitely looks to be the tornado on the ground from a viewer in Gretna. As soon as I can confirm that he's taken these pictures, and we do have permission to use them, we will be sharing those. But we are starting to get more and more images of not only damage, but of the tornado itself on the West Bank. Now, got several windows here as I'm trying to get the information in. We do have some new storm reports that are coming in around some damage to buildings in the Chalmette area. Emergency management is reporting that. No details on what buildings or what type of damage. We're also getting a report from emergency management. This was about 5 minutes ago. The 700 block of Peters in Harvey of down power lines. We were just showing you the energy outage map of a huge swath of the West Bank without power. Okay, let's take a look live. This is, we're still under the very heavy, blinding rain here. This is directly in front of our studios on North Rampart in the French Quarter. So we are still very much in the heart of this line of storms moving through. The more active tornadic threat is more south of Michoud at the moment. But as I said, it looks like that is gone. So if there's any good news, it looks like that couplet where it was showing indications of rotation, it does look like that is gone. Still underneath the heavy rainfall, but I tell you what, now here in the French Quarter that we're under the heavy rainfall, the severe risk for us is winding down. It was really going to be anything, so I'm trying to zoom in here and then I started zooming out. So here we are at WWL in the French Quarter in that moderate to heavy rainfall. Underneath the heavy rain, we're in good shape. It's anything along and ahead of this line that had the threat of rotation. So we are already in much of the city, even though we're still in the heavy rainfall and blinding rain, and at times you're going to get some street flooding, the severe threat is beginning to wind down there. Now that's not the case for areas on the West Bank, say from south of Estelle towards Jean Lafitte, Larose, still underneath some of that heavy the threat of the heavy rain approaching, as well as the environmental conditions for more rotation. So it may be that we're starting to see things settle down from the city, but south from the West Bank down toward the coast, this area is still kind of primed for more of those storms to become tornadic. But as you saw, we're in the blinding rain here now. Zooming back into that confirmed tornado after numerous reports, and I tell you what, we definitely had a tornado on the ground. It will be yet to be determined exactly what type of a path it took. Does sound like we had some damage in Chalmette, whether or not that was from the tornado or if it perhaps started to lift and it was maybe just some strong winds. That will be determined by the National Weather Service perhaps tomorrow, but they have several areas that they're going to need to investigate. Getting more reports from emergency officials, the tornado and damage to structures in Harvey in Jefferson Parish. Nothing specific or a specific area, no specifics on what type of damage, what type of buildings, or what part of Harvey, but reports just before 4 o'clock in the Harvey area from that tornado on the ground. And I'll tell you what, as I'm waiting to get some permission from a viewer, clearly shows that tornado on the ground in Gretna, so we can confirm that it was definitely a tornado on the ground. The damage that is assessed tomorrow from the National Weather Service will then determine what strength this tornado was. Again, this tornado is not exactly the same as other modes of severe weather. We really can't determine what the strength is at the time. It's all based on the damage that occurred after the fact. So tomorrow, Weather Service folks will likely go out there, begin surveying the damage, likely on the North Shore and South Shore, and then we will see what strength this tornado was. I can't even begin to guess just based on the very rough reports that we're just now starting to get in. But again, looking at the still active tornado warning, the velocity signature is no longer there. So really the threat of a tornado is gone. The threat, though, is still ongoing for heavy rainfall and very strong winds with this storm. That will continue, but the tornado threat from that warned area, that warned storm that is now more in eastern Orleans Parish is gone. Reported several power lines down in Harvey again. So we're getting a number of storm reports now starting to kind of flood into the National Weather Service chat group, into our newsroom, and myself. I'm getting buzzed with text messages and emails. I thank everyone for sending those. I'm going to get to them just as soon as I can. Okay. All right, we're going to toss things over to the anchors, and I believe we're going to speak with Councilman Scott Walker and JP.
All right, Chris, thank you so much.
Do we have Councilman Scott Walker on the phone? Can you hear us?
I'm here.
Councilman, thank you so much for giving us a call here. We've been seeing you tweet a lot about what's going on the West Bank. We know that there's some powerful wind there. We've been seeing some pictures online. Can you describe to us what you're hearing or what you're seeing?
Yeah, we're going to head that way as soon as it's safe. But right now we're going to report that we've got numerous there. There are power lines down between 4th and 6th Streets in Gretna, right there with Gretna, and damage in the
I think we're having some trouble hearing you.
What's that?
Can you hear us okay? I think we're having some trouble with you cutting in and out a little bit.
Sorry about that. 600 block of Manhattan Boulevard, near Hancock, 700 block of Cedar, 700 block of Lydia. Damage again on 9th Street in Gretna. So power lines down from 6th and 9th is what we're hearing at Winn-Dixie. Up the West Bank Expressway had some damage as well. We're hearing reports that the roof might have caved in there. So as soon as we get on the road and cross the river, we're going to check out what's happening in Gretna and what happened at that Winn-Dixie. Those are the two specific locations we know of at this time.
Are you hearing any reports of any injuries so far?
I have not heard about any injuries so far. Hopefully everybody was alert and paying attention because we had a lot of notice that this was going to be a rough weather day. And I hope that people have heeded the warnings and paid attention throughout the day today.
All right, if you all had any trouble hearing that, and Councilman Walker, you have been sharing some information on your Twitter account. There, the Emergency Management Department is reporting a lot of damage on Manhattan Boulevard, on Hancock, on Lydia Streets, and they said that some people have even seen video of the tornado that is on the ground in that area. So, of course, you're asking everyone to shelter in place to still remain safe. Is there anything else you need people to know about this tornado damage that's in your community?
Yeah, we've heard some of the same things that, the tornado hit a wide stretch in Gretna before it went across the river into New Orleans. There were a lot of power flashes. There's some video power flashes as it went through, as you typically see when a tornado hits. So the best advice right now is if you don't need to be outside, obviously don't go outside. Right. Stay in if you can and avoid this weather as much as possible until things clear up and you can see the damage safely.
Now, I know that we talked about the Winn-Dixie. We're seeing some other videos of businesses that have been damaged. Have you heard anything about homes in JP that have been damaged?
I haven't heard about specific homes, but I know there are a lot of homes between 4th and 6th Street and 9th Street in Gretna, that old Gretna area. Some of those homes are very old. Some of those homes in spots are very unsteady. I know during Hurricane Ida, there were a couple of houses in that old Gretna area towards the West Bank Expressway that actually collapsed. So you're talking about an old neighborhood and, in some cases, tenuously standing homes. So I imagine that there are some homes damaged in that stretch. I don't know that for sure yet, but that's a likely possibility.
I know, while we've got you, I know we're focused on the West Bank right now because that appears to be where the most damage is. But have you heard any other reports of any other damage or flooding in other parts of Jefferson Parish?
I have not at this point outside of those specific areas. I know at one point Avondale was under the gun and Westwego was a little bit under the gun, but I haven't heard specific damage reports from those places as this tornado moved through. Right now it seems like what we've heard the most about is centralized in Gretna and the Marrero area and Hancock Boulevard right now.
Councilman Scott Walker, thank you so much for joining us. I know that we, of course, will be stay tuned to any information you might have. I know that people will need assistance as far as the power outages and the damages that we're seeing in that area. Maybe we'll check back in with you a little bit later. Please remain safe this evening.
Sure, we'll have more later. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And right now, Devin, we've been looking online at the energy outage map, and that outage map, it seems like every time we refresh it, the outages grow more and more. So we're seeing a lot of them in Orleans Parish, obviously, about 8,500 outages there. St. Bernard Parish seeing about 4,000 outages. St. Charles has 475 with, and also St. John the Baptist. And I'm giving you all of these different parishes because this is literally Tangipahoa, 1,000, 2,700 in Terrebonne. This is the path that this storm has taken, and it's taking down power lines with it. So you have to be careful as you're outside. Don't, if you can, really just stay inside. If you don't have to be outside, please remain indoors. Of course, there is storm damage everywhere, and I know that a lot of people want to go outside, and there's a lot of curiosity to see exactly what's happening out there, but it's safer for you to remain inside. That's why we're listening to us, so we can keep you informed as to what's happening out there.
And I've been looking at the CLECO map as well, which is on in St. Tammany Parish. It appears as though there's about 1,500 people without power in St. Tammany Parish. It looks like it's mostly right at the end of the causeway, kind of in the Eden Isles area, and where Slidell is, a little bit south of Slidell. So I know we've got a crew up there as well, so we're going to be keeping tabs on what's going on up there.
All right, you heard Councilman Walker talk about 9th Street. I actually just got a picture tweeted. I just retweeted if you want to head over to Twitter or pull this up on 9th Street in Lafayette and Gretna, where it looks like a power line fell on top of a car in that area. So we're trying to, if you have any pictures or any videos, you can text those to us at 504-529-4444. Obviously, we want you to be in a safe area when you send those in, or you can tweet us, you can send us whatever way you can, even on our Facebook page. We just want you to remain safe and, of course, out of the way of that storm. And we can still hear the heavy rain that's over our Channel 4 studios right now on North Rampart Street. It's still pretty bad outside because I think Chris said we're still kind of in the thick of it, but the rain is still coming down in that area.
This is right outside our station here.
Yeah, but hopefully, I keep listening to Chris say that this is weakening a little bit, so I'm hoping that this will be the extent of the damage that we see from this storm.
I certainly hope so, but there are so many areas that we haven't heard anything from or haven't seen any photos from. I mean, we've seen quite a bit from the Marrero area. Some, like Councilman Walker talked about the Winn-Dixie there. We've seen some photos of that online, but we have not seen much from Algiers, where there is a huge power outage right now, and we know that this tornado went through, and we haven't seen anything from Arabi, which we know just 9 months ago had a tornado come through. So we are hoping, of course, that there were no injuries, no major damage there, but we're still waiting to see what's going on once the coast is clear.
Unfortunately, this storm has caused one fatality. We were trying to get some more details as to exactly what happened here, if this person was inside of a home or exactly where they might have been, but that happened in St. Charles Parish not long ago. A news conference will happen a little bit later. Hopefully we'll get to that in about 30 minutes actually in St. Charles, where the parish president is supposed to give us an update on the storm damage in that area. But there is so far only one person that has passed away, unfortunately, confirmed by the parish president to us right here on Channel 4 in regards to this storm. But we're getting tornado damage videos that are coming in right now and pictures that are coming in. And of course, we want to just verify and make sure everything is correct before we get that on air to show you.
Yeah, which is why you and I are talking about seeing them on Twitter, seeing them on Facebook, but you're not seeing them on your TV because we want to make sure that they are vetted before we put them on air.
All right, but so far a lot of the conversation is happening on the West Bank, where a lot of people are seeing a lot of damage. Someone else just sent us in video from Ames and Lapalco. So of course, be careful again as you're out there. Down power lines can cause an even worse disaster than what we're seeing right now. And we also see some people show video of debris flying in the air in the lower 9th Ward and the Holy Cross neighborhood. It seems like this is just getting pummeled by this storm. Again, as you mentioned, 9 months ago, they were just dealing with another storm, and you were out there covering it.
Yeah, I mean, and it was unbelievable to see in person, because that storm was so fast, and it happened so quickly and jumped across the river so quickly that it was difficult for people to have enough time to really prepare for it. This one we saw coming miles away, because it was confirmed all the way in Gretna. So you really hope that people had time to take cover, that maybe it was weaker, that maybe we don't have a replay of what we saw in March of this year. I mean, that was just, it was just devastating, and it's so hard to see that could potentially happen again.
While our producers and our team works on getting the video and those pictures confirmed, so we can show you a little bit of what you guys are sending us on social media and on our WWL TV app, I want to get back over to Chris, because I'm hoping that even though we hear the lightning, the thunder, and the storm that's going on outside of our studios, Chris, you said that this is kind of calming down. Do you think that this will be the extent of the damage that we see from this particular system?
I hope so. I'm just looking through video that is also being sent in to us. We're kind of slowly, as you said, trying to vet everything that we're getting everything confirmed as it is coming into our newsroom and via email. And thank you for everyone that is able to do that safely for us. We really rely on those eyewitnesses on the ground to confirm damage and all the reports that are being relayed into us. The eyes on the ground is really what we need. So we really want to thank you for all of that. As far as the tornadic threat goes, it does look like things across a good portion of the area are starting to settle down. It was, again, anything along and ahead of the line was going to be the real threat for tornadic development. That clearly is done. We widen out a little bit. That clearly is done for the North Shore. Now, not to say you're done with the rainfall. We have another little line of some showers and maybe a little thunder kind of developing there, but that is not severe. It's anything ahead of the line that is severe. So, in fact, most of our Mississippi counties are just about out of it. Looking to improve in Harrison County, Hancock not quite yet, or Hancock and then Harrison, and then as it continues toward lower Alabama. North Shore parishes are done. River parishes are done. Again, not with the rainfall, but the severe threat. Most of northern Jefferson settling down, still some heavy rain in Orleans, but as the line pushes through, the severe threat is gone. Now that is a different story as you go from the line down toward, say, south of Houma and Port Fourchon. Out ahead, it still has the potential of becoming tornadic. So still parts of lower Jefferson, still much of St. Bernard, but once you get past kind of Violet, it's the Biloxi Marsh, and then you're talking about more the marshy areas. But really all of lower Plaquemine still will have that threat as we continue through the next hour. But looking at the areas where we've already started to see improving conditions, North Shore severe threat is gone, but may still have a flooding threat where the ground is now saturated. Any additional heavy downpours could add to that threat. Same for the South Shore. We do have a flash flood warning in effect. After these heavy downpours, we'll look at rain totals coming up in just a moment. And then again, you add to those, we could see some additional flooding. I think it's more of the low-lying areas, pretty much the typical culprits that we tend to see flooding these times, these situations. I don't think it's going to be any worse than that, and so far we've not had any reports of such. Most of the West Bank starting to finally settle down, and the severe threat is gone. Right along the line from Estelle to Jean Lafitte, anything ahead of it still has a threat, but so far so good. And then down farther south along this line, again, east of the line, still a threat. Along the line, I should say under the line and west. So LaRose heavy rainfall, but the severe threat is gone. And anything west of that, the severe threat is gone. So yes, we are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I want to jump over to our temperatures to show you who is now getting into the cooler air. You clearly see where the front is. We're already in the 50s at Macomb, lower 60s, Baton Rouge, Gonzales, now down to 69 degrees at Kenner. So the front is through and the cooler air is on the march. Cooler and drier air, which is going to make it feel a whole lot nicer by later tonight and into early tomorrow. So improving weather is on the way. We just have to get through the line of heavy rainfall and, again, still a window of opportunity for more of the severe threat and the potential for tornadic storms. But again, anything kind of under the line and to the west, there is no threat of severe weather. It's anything ahead of or right along the line that still has the chance of getting that rotation and maybe seeing a quick tornado spout from that. And we have seen some quick tornadoes and numerous reports of damage across, boy, a good portion of Laplace on the North Shore, on the West Bank as well. Trying to see if we're getting any new storm reports coming into the National Weather Service office. Doesn't appear as though we are just yet. We had a new meso discussion. Actually, no meso discussion coming in yet. What was that? Trying to see if we're getting some new information here. Looks like that was canceled. Okay, so yeah, so improving conditions across the board. Looks like we have another flood advisory for St. Tammany Parish as that line pushes out, but certainly you're going to have the standing water, and it's just going to take a little bit of time for all of that to clear the area once this front does move on through. Improving weather on the North Shore, St. Tammany Parish starting to improve across parts of lower Mississippi. Metro area finally starting to see the clearing line here in the French Quarter, still getting in on the heavy rainfall, but that soon will push on to the east very quickly. This line is moving at a pretty rapid pace. Not to say we'll be completely done with the rainfall through the rest of the evening, but certainly improving weather for the rest of this evening and tonight, and the severe risk will be gone at that point. So the area that we'll be continuing to monitor as far as any kind of a severe threat goes would be more Harrison County in Mississippi, and then say more extreme eastern St. Bernard, much of Plaquemines, although it looks like maybe Belle Chase starting to get on some of the heavier rainfall. So if they have not had yet a severe threat, that window of opportunity is quickly closing. And then say lower Jefferson, that window is still there until this line completely clears out. So yes, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, the weather is improving. Still, this little area of should be on notice for the potential of tornadic storms, but thankfully so far that has not been the case for the folks in the metro area, West Bank. Now it'll be the assessment of the damage and the recovery in these areas, and some areas that, as we mentioned, was just hit by the tornado only about 9 months ago from the West Bank that crossed into Algiers, and it kind of followed almost a very similar trajectory because we're getting similar reports from Gretna, Harvey, and then onto the East Bank as well of some damage in Arabi and around the Chalmette area as that tornado likely jumped the river and continued onto the East Bank for a little while before eventually weakening as the storm itself, or eventually lifting as the storm itself weakened, moving toward and further into New Orleans East. So improving weather for many of us. Again, now it'll be just the recovery and assessment of the damage that occurred from these storms, but still that window of potential tornadic storms, or at least severe weather across, say this highlighted area from Hancock County, eastern St. Bernard, more the Biloxi Marsh, then much of Plaquemines Parish, and extreme lower Jefferson for the next several minutes until this line kind of passes from Port Fourchon down toward Grand Isle and then continues toward the east. Sharice and Devin.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Actually, okay, there we go. Thank you so much, Chris. Okay, so we were talking about that video that we've been getting online on social media. I want to show something here. It actually shows this tornado moving through the Gretna area. So take a look at your screen. Thank you so much for this viewer video. But you can kind of see, maybe it's in the right corner. Is that
right
it?
back behind that building there. And you can see the lights flickering as well.
Right. You can see this tornado moving through the area. This is video confirming another tornado has touched down, and this is on the West Bank. But take a look, that if it moving, and it seems to be moving fairly quickly in that area. So many people have sent us video and pictures of damage. You saw some of the power flashes there. You saw some of the people who said that power lines have gone down. I've seen a picture of a power line that fell on top of a car because of the tornado you saw there. And at the same time this was happening, our reporter Alyssa Curtis was underneath the West Bank Expressway. They said that they were getting video tornado, and they were caught in the middle of this, and so they watched this thing go by.
Yeah, this was right around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Remember that this started in Westwego, and remind me what it was, the Gretna Fire Department,
Yes.
correct, that confirmed that it was on the ground at 4th Street in Hancock, moving toward Algiers. This is video of it in Gretna. So now we've seen the video of this, and it is very scary to see from all angles.
So we're glad that hopefully Chris basically is what we're saying, and Chris, please tell me if I'm wrong here, that this is, for the most part, we're at the end of this.
Yes.
Yeah, we're pretty much at the end.
The metro area is done.
Yes. So
metro area is done.
We're at the end of this, and so hopefully this is the extent of the damage that we see here. But of course, we always want to remind you have to stay safe, because after those storms pass, I know that sometimes you want to survey the damage and take a look and clean up all of that debris, but there still may be power lines that may be on the ground. Speaking of that power, every time that we refresh this Entergy map, it seems like the numbers are going higher and higher. So far, more than 20, well, now up to 21,000.
30,000 total in Louisiana.
Yeah, it's about 30,000 outages, Louisiana, across the state, where the path of this tornado went, and with 21,000 of those outages right now in Jefferson Parish, and close to 10,000 in Orleans. Again, this storm and the path of destruction that it left behind, I know that a lot of people are very curious to see exactly what's going on and what happened outside. You have to be careful, because this is how some of these accidents end up happening. We do know of one fatality and one death that was confirmed in St. Charles Parish, and we know that some reporters were going to talk about that probably likely at 5 o'clock. That is when the parish president is going to give an update on the storm damage that he's seeing in that area.
And he wasn't telling, you asked him whenever we talked to him on the phone, how did this happen? And what were the circumstances of this person's death? And he just said that he wasn't sure at the time, because we know that there are also several injuries, and we know that there are homes that are damaged, there were road blockages, there were trees down, lines down. So at this point, we just don't know how this person passed away or what happened.
Yeah, and we do know of some reports of, I believe we said that 2 homes had roofs that were blown off, and was that in the Marrero area? So we've also seen damage at Winn-Dixie that could have possibly been from that storm in Marrero as well. There's a lot that's going on, and a lot of your pictures are helping us out and helping to tell this story. So again, text us 504-529-4444. Those pictures will come straight to us, and of course, give us some information when you text us when this happened and where you are exactly located. But of course, I'm glad that you all are safe right now, and I'm glad that we're at the tail end of this, really.
Oh, I know. And when we talked to Councilman Scott Walker about what all was going on in Jefferson Parish, we asked him, is this mostly commercial buildings, or is this mostly homes? And he said he's heard a lot about the commercial buildings, like the Winn-Dixie that we saw, but there are several homes that have been impacted. So we're still waiting to hear. Especially, he said no reports of any injuries yet. We certainly hope that there aren't any, but that's certainly a possibility when there's a home that has been.
In the meantime, you talked about some street flooding as well, right? I think that there was street flooding in some areas. So of course, you kind of want to stay off the roadways right now. Some street flooding in the areas where there is a lot of rain, and like I said, over the studios, we still hear so much rain that's coming down here. So you have to be careful here. Where's the worst of that happening?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Streetwise NOLA map. I'm not sure if our producers in the back could maybe pull that up. Some of this is from way early this morning, but there are some that have been recently popping up. Some areas where the roads are very wet, and specifically Hain Boulevard. Over by Downman Road and by Lamb Road, it appears as though there's some flooded roadway there. Also Hain Boulevard and France Road, and then down on Chef-Metzer Highway near Jordan Road. There's also some issues there, as well as a section of I-10 East, but it's way over by Bayou Sauvage. So we're keeping an eye on the flooding, but at this point, I would just stay home unless it's absolutely necessary.
So if you're just joining our coverage here, we have been following along with the storm that has really left a path of destruction across several parishes in southeast Louisiana. And St. Charles Parish, Tangipahoa, and Terrebonne has seen some damage as well. But Jefferson Parish, it seemed like, has a tornado that went through the Marrero area into Gretna, then crossed over into New Orleans, into the river area, where you can see it go into Lower 9 and Araby, a place that is still trying to recover from a tornado that hit that community just 9 months ago.
Yeah, I know we had the Streetwise NOLA app, or the website up for just a second. Can we pull that back up, please? And we can take a look at some of the areas that appear to be giving us problems here. You can see there's some, what would you consider that, off to the left? I guess uptown.
Yeah.
Maybe even Broadmoor area there.
Yeah, so some of course, we knew that the rain was going to cause some street flooding, and hopefully all of the pumps are working at capacity. I believe that before, earlier this week, we did some coverage saying that about 95 out of the 99 pumps were working, so hopefully that is still working, and we haven't had any damage to any of them.
Yeah, and that blue dot that you see there is the Gentilly 610 underpass, and as of about 6 minutes ago, that underpass is closed because there's water in it. So this is, you got to remember your rule. Sounds a little cliche, turn around, don't drown. But when we get heavy rain like this, it really is a risk, especially since we've got so many issues in our area at this point. First responders are going to be very busy. You do not want to put another thing on their plate at this point.
Right, it will be as cliche as we need if we need to keep everyone safe. So just to reset with everyone, if we can take a look at that video just to show this storm that was over in Gretna and that was on in Jefferson Parish, passing through this community. On the right-hand side, proof there that a tornado did indeed touch down in Jefferson Parish, and that tornado went over into Orleans Parish after leaving a path of destruction in St. Charles Parish, and also some damage in St. John the Baptist Parish as well. I know that a lot of you were concerned, and you've been talking to us on Twitter saying that you're staying safe. You've been sending us pictures and videos. We thank you so much for that. Right now, our meteorologists say that we are at the tail end of this, so this should be the extent of our damage. This has weakened, and so now, of course, is the process of going out to see how much damage has been left behind. We have been talking to earlier. We spoke with Scott Walker, who gave us a little bit of an update on what was happening in JP. He said that damage is being reported to the Emergency Management Department on Manhattan Boulevard, the 600 block of Manhattan Boulevard, Gretna near Hancock. Actually, we heard from the Gretna Fire Department about that as well at Hancock and 4th Streets, on the 700 block of Peter Streets and the 700 block of Lydia Court. So they're investigating at this time. We don't know so far if there have been any rescue attempts, and that's something I believe that we should be asking someone if there were any search and rescue attempts, because we did hear of some extensive damage in those communities. So hopefully the injuries are little to none, really, and hopefully no one had to be put in a situation where they had to be rescued.
And it's so hard right now to not think about Araby. You and I were talking about this. It was less than 9 months ago that they saw a fatal, devastating tornado. Houses burst into splinters, and they were directly in the path of this again. And we have not seen a lot from that area, that community yet, and my heart's just broken for them, knowing that they're having to go through this again, and we just hope that there's not too much damage.
After Hurricane Ida, even a year later, several people were still doing repairs and recovery in their communities. So can you imagine, you have that storm go through, you have a tornado that goes through, people are still trying to pick up the pieces. So it's a difficult time, especially during this holiday season, for this to happen. So we're going to continuing to do our storm coverage right now. We have been following along with this tornado that has been moving through southeast Louisiana. It has dissipated from what we do know, and I keep looking at our meteorologist to make sure that I'm not
I think Chris needed a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, I just want to make sure
I'm
making sure that we're not telling a lie here, that this for the most part has dissipated. Do you believe?
It has, but let's jump over to a new tornado warning that was issued for Lower Plaquemines Parish. So again, it's not going to impact too many people, but we don't want to forget any of our community members down in Lower Plaquemines. So this is for the kind of Port Sulphur area from a storm. Let's go to our velocities and show you exactly where we're talking. Here's a little couplet that's very well defined. Now, out over the water, very easy for these type of storms to form a water spout. And that's likely what has happened, that we have a little water spout here that once it reaches land, which will take some time in Lower Plaquemines Parish, not a whole lot of solid land, will likely cross the river LA 23 as it continues along this path. Kind of zooming in here, you've got Happy Jack, Bohemia, so some of the areas, a lot of fishing camps that folks know very well that go down toward either here or down all the way to Venice and Boothville, Buras for some fishing. You'd know this very well. We do have a tornado warning at the moment, not on land. It is a water spout. Will likely cross 23, cross the river, and continue around that kind of Happy Jack Bohemia area north of downriver from Port Sulphur. So those communities upriver from Port Sulphur is downriver from those communities, as it eventually will cross central Plaquemines Parish with, again, this is the remnants of, and then we were, I was discussing just a moment ago, it was kind of in this Harrison and kind of outer Biloxi Marsh, lower Plaquemines area that was still under the threat of any kind of tornadic storms, and that's what we've seen. The bulk of our region is no longer at threat from tornadoes, but this, one of the type of storms we were expecting to maybe form, and usually very easy in central lower Plaquemines Parish as the systems kind of cross the lower part of the parish and start out as what is more or less a water spout, will quickly cross the parish and then eventually move out back into open water east of Plaquemines. So at the moment, the folks greatest at risk for this one is along 23, then it'll eventually 39 around the Happy Jack area within the next several minutes or so as that storm continues moving toward the northeast at, let's see, the speed that's moving at about 40 miles an hour. So it won't be too long before it crosses the parish itself at about 40 miles an hour. We can kind of time this out, moving toward the northeast. So the McBride School at 5:01, so in about 10 minutes there. Happy Jack about the same time, then kind of crossing the parish and then out over the open waters south of the Biloxi Marsh and east of Plaquemines Parish. So right now, folks, for the next 10 minutes in Happy Jack and the McBride School, at risk for this tornado, potential tornado right now, a water spout, then potential tornado to continue moving through. After that, I would say that most of our threat is done. The other area threatened beyond this storm as it were to continue moving toward the northeast is the Biloxi Marsh, and there are, no communities out there, so no populated parts of the parish would be impacted by this potential tornado as it crosses over. Our velocities, again, what I'm showing you here is definitely showing that little couplet, so very likely a water spout that is just to the west of the parish and will eventually cross over and then quickly exit, as there's not a whole lot of land that it'll be moving across down in southern Plaquemines Parish. So that is the only other area beyond anything coastal. Looks like maybe a little spin north of Grand Isle might kind of follow in that same trajectory, not affecting any land or any populated areas that is north of Grand Isle, actually not really affecting much land mass down there. It may kind of follow along that same path, but for the most part, the vast majority of the populated area is done with any severe threat. As this line continues, eventually it'll be past Port Fourchon, then Grand Isle, lower Plaquemines, and then the threat for severe weather is done. The threat for severe weather is done for the North Shore. Still a window there of opportunity for parts of, say, extreme coastal right along the coast in Hancock County and then much of Harrison County as the line pushes to the east. And then farther to the east, St. Bernard, it's really more the Biloxi Marsh that is in threat. Still a good portion of lower Plaquemines Parish, and then still Grand Isle and Port Fourchon before this line were to move through. Port Fourchon at the moment still fairly dry, but some very active thunderstorms and a lot of lightning, very heavy rainfall around Terrebonne Bay that will be crossing over you shortly. So the only ongoing tornado warning in effect right now is for north of Port Fourchon. It will affect the Happy Jack area within about the next 7 minutes or so. It should be a fairly fast-moving storm. I will say a lot of these areas are fairly accustomed to seeing little water spouts, tropical water spouts, move through the parish very, very frequently during the summertime months, and so it probably wouldn't expect to see much more than that as this water spout eventually becoming a tornado as it reaches land and then moves over the Happy Jack community shortly. We've been really pushing is that the severe threat is ending for so much of us, and so much of us are now starting to get into the cooler air as temperatures dropping into the 60s, lower 70s. Already 61 at Hammond, 62 degrees Gonzales, 62 degrees at Thibodaux, as well as less humid air. Dew points are starting to fall, but the real dry air is just starting to move into Baton Rouge. So that will be here later tonight and through the overnight hours, and I was just kind of putting the finish finishing touches on our 7-day forecast, and we have a long stretch of colder temperatures staying below average, and it appears though we're going to keep more of a winter-like feel right up through Christmas Day and beyond. So a big shift in our weather pattern, and of course the big shift has been accompanied by severe weather, but we went from a very warm, humid first half of December up to today. The second half looks colder and drier right up through Christmas, maybe even beyond through the new year. So a big shift is coming, and improving weather conditions as well are on the way.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. We've been looking at these. I mean, honestly, just marveling at the pictures that we're sharing on our WWL TV Facebook page. And so many of you have sent in pictures and videos, but the pictures that we're seeing of the storm, this one, my goodness, near Domino, the sugar factory.
Yes, the video near the
St. Bernard
Domino's.
Parish.
Yes, and it kind of shows you what was coming right across the river.
Right.
I don't know if we have that available to pull up, or if I should.
So we can get those pictures available once we work on that. Right now we do have reporters that are on the ground. Of course, we have Whitney Miller. She was over in Monson. I just listened to a moving interview that Whitney did in that area with someone who was staying in a trailer. According to Whitney, posting online that this woman was living inside of a trailer that she received after Hurricane Ida. And after she left that trailer to went into her home that was being renovated due to Ida so that she can hide out from the tornado. So obviously an emotional interview that she's done. Hopefully she's shaken, but she's alive. Hopefully we can speak with Whitney in a little bit. Alyssa Curtis, right in the middle of the storm.
Yeah, right underneath the West Bank Expressway, watching the tornado come in. And then on the North Shore too, we've got Eleanor Tabone, and I know Mike McDaniel's up there as well, and they've been kind of keeping an eye on things. So we have people everywhere. We've got lots more coming up at 5 o'clock.
As well as Lily Cummings, who will be going to St. Charles Parish, where unfortunately we did confirm that someone has passed away. This is likely due to that storm. That is according to the parish president, Jewel there, and he says that he's going to talk more about that as they get more details surrounding the circumstances.
Well, and I know that you and I had talked just about how Araby went through this 9 months ago, but we also have to remember that St. Charles Parish had horrible damage after Hurricane Ida. So like the woman that Whitney interviewed, there are so many people that are still kind of renovating and rebuilding after Ida more than a year ago, and here we are with more damage coming their way.
Right, I know,
So,
and you know,
difficult.
I just see that so many people are still trying to recover from that. So hopefully we can get some more information, and we don't have the damage or anything near the damage that we saw during Hurricane Ida. But for those of you just joining us, we have been following this for the past couple of hours here live on air and online at WWLTV.com and on our social media pages, giving you the very latest on the tornado that has moved through our community and several parishes, and unfortunately taken one life, and one life is one too many. We hope that there's not more or any injuries that anyone experiences, but we have seen pictures and video of the damage that is in the communities in St. John. We've seen video of damage in St. Bernard as well, and Orleans Parish. We have not seen much damage in that area, but we are seeing people saying they saw debris that was flying around in the Holy Cross neighborhoods and the Lower Ninth Ward as well.
Yeah, and also I want to mention, we were talking about shelters for people whose homes have whose homes have been destroyed or damaged in any way. Jefferson Parish has now opened up 2 different shelters. If you are in Jefferson Parish and need somewhere to go, the Terrytown Playground, the Terrytown Gym is open if you need it, and also in Grand Isle, the Multiplex is open if you need safe shelter.
And as we get all of that information, we'll keep you updated on our website, WWLTV.com. We told you a little bit earlier about Alyssa Curtis underneath the West Bank Expressway as that tornado passed over the expressway. She's now joining us now live to give us an update as to what's going on in that area. Alyssa, we're glad that you're first of all safe, but it looks like we can see some debris that's behind you.
Yeah, guys, I'm here in Marrero, just off the West Bank Highway on Avenue B. And earlier we talked about that tornado that passed through here. Now, we came into a neighborhood that has been destroyed from that tornado. You can see here there are downed power lines, some tree branches and leaves everywhere. Just a very dangerous sight, as you can see, very dangerous. The power lines are going through trees. You can see some poles down and broken, split into half. We just saw some, and we've been seeing some emergency vehicles pass by here. The police officers, we've seen ambulances through here, just trying to keep people safe. Look at all these, the debris from the tornado that just blew through here not too long ago. I've been speaking to some residents and the neighborhood, people in the neighborhood around here. They tell me it happened so fast. It was within seconds that this tornado did all this damage. So please, please, please get inside, stay safe. Do not try to pick up any of this debris. All right, reporting live in Marrero, Alyssa Curtis, Eyewitness News.
Eyewitness News begins with breaking news.
You are looking at one of many tornadoes confirmed today in Louisiana.
The severe weather we've been warning you about has led to an outbreak of twisters as a strong cold front. So far, 2 people have died in Louisiana since a line of storms started spawning tornadoes last night. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sharice Gibson.
And I'm Devin Bartolotta. Tonight, we have reporters spread across the region checking into multiple tornadoes. But first, let's start with Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin with the latest on our severe weather threat. Chris, it seems like the worst is likely over here.
Yes, the worst is over. Thankfully, again, down near the lower parts of Plaquemines Parish, we are starting to see some storms continuing, but the real threat is now winding down for a good portion of the area. So if we can jump over to our weather computer so we can show you what is still ongoing. All right, there we go. We do, as I said, we still have an area that is under the risk of tornadic storms, and we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued. This is basically for all of southern Hancock and Harrison County from I-10, I'd say more south. This will continue for, let's see, till 5:45 with the storm moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So now coastal Mississippi under the gun for some of the severe weather. Let's jump over our velocities. I'm sure at this point a lot of folks are already accustomed to seeing what we're talking about here. Jackson Landing, so this is the area of potential rotation. And if we can go over to Max 1 from our producer or our director, if we can jump over to Max 1. Okay, let me see. We might be having a little technical issue here. Let me walk over and see if Max 1 is in the sources. Let's see. It is punched up. There we go. Okay. Just so much going on today, so little time. All right, so there is the possible rotation, or there is the rotation with a possible tornado down on the ground in the Claremont Harbor, Ainsley, Jackson Landing in Hancock County. So it's right here. It's a pretty broad area. It may be right at about here that we have a potential tornado on the ground. So very much coastal Mississippi as this continues along a path, maybe keeping it well south of I-10 and right along the coastline. As I said, this was still the region, lower Plaquemines, parts of lower Jefferson, lower Lafourche, starting to move out of Port Fourchon, but also southern Mississippi, still very much within that area of potential tornadic development or potential severe weather development. Anything west of the line of storms, the severe weather threat is done, but still there is an ongoing threat in these locations. Look like there might have been some little broad circulation here, but that doesn't appear to be really showing up very well now any longer. But the ongoing tornado warning for coastal Mississippi will be in effect for the next 40 minutes as this line continues to push through coastal Mississippi at about 40 miles an hour. This cell pushes along coastal Mississippi for the next 45 miles. So this does include Bay St. Louis, past Christian, then eventually Gulfport, south of Diamond Head, likely, but then maybe continuing on toward Biloxi. So a lot of our populated areas in our southern Mississippi counties under this new tornado warning that will be in effect for the next about half hour, a little more than a half hour or so, as the line, or as the cell along the line pushes to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So kind of timing this out again, getting a rough idea of where this is going and when it will arrive. at about 40 miles an hour, kind of along this trajectory. We're talking at Waveland in about 10 minutes or so, past Christiane, 1026, DeLille at 527, your Long Beach, Gulfport at about 530, 540, Gulfport, Biloxi International, Lyman at about 544 to 545. So it is moving in that direction. A lot of communities will be impacted by this, even if there is not necessarily a tornado. You're certainly still getting some strong winds. Okay, very rough information coming in that I'll let our newsroom verify in just a moment. So we are still watching what is likely a tornado with the rotation on the ground in coastal Mississippi as this cell continues really through our southern Mississippi communities south of I-10. So this really is going to be impacting almost all of coastal Mississippi over the course of the next, say, half hour or just beyond. So these are the areas that will be impacted shortly. Claremont Harbor basically right at about now, then Waveland at about less than 10 minutes, Bay St. Louis about 5:20 or so, and then continuing Long Beach, Biloxi, Gulfport International Airport, and then continuing beyond Biloxi over the course of the next several minutes. This has been the line of storms that we have been tracking since late this morning, and is starting to, again, finally move out of much of our area. The window is still east of this line over land where there is still an ongoing threat for severe weather. Was hoping maybe things would settle down enough as this started to take a little bit more of a linear development. In other words, what started out early this morning was cellular. It was individual cells of storm, kind of along a very rough axis. Then as we went through the afternoon hours, it started to solidify and you started to get more of a solid line. And so we started to see not as many individual, okay. There is a news conference ongoing in St. Charles Parish. We're going to go to that. We're going to continue to monitor the severe threat in southern Mississippi.
The sheriff will talk a little bit more about that here in a second. Tornado touched down about 2:21 p.m. earlier today. Everything happened really quickly. We immediately alerted our residents throughout the parish via our siren, our emergency sirens, as well as our text message alert system. After it was determined that there was a touchdown of a tornado near the Nelson Coleman Correctional Facility, which moved northward through Kelowna and into Muntz, and that there was extensive damage, we sent out all resources in coordination with the Sheriff's Office, Fire, EMS, Public Works to start the process of doing search and rescue and gaining access back to these neighborhoods. As of right now, I can say that, again, there is one confirmed fatality, 7 or 8 injuries at this time. Right now, we're looking at 475 people without power between the Kelowna and Muntz area, and again, significant damage in both of those areas, with more damage in the Kelowna area. We're in coordination right now with the United Way of St. Charles Parish. Additionally, we're also in coordination with the Red Cross, Second Harvest Food Bank, Catholic Charities. And so if we have residents who are in need, we do want them to contact the St. Charles Parish EOC at 985-783-5050. We're going to have people on the ground assessing needs. Right now, the triage and the assessment is taking place at the Kelowna Community Center. And if it's determined that we need a broader shelter, if there's a significant number of people, we will set up a more permanent shelter at the Edward A. Dufresne Community Center. Right now, if residents do need a place to go to just get out of the weather, we are asking them to go to the Edward A. Dufresne Community Center. If they need transportation to the community center, we ask that they go ahead and call the EOC, again, 985-783-5050. And now I'd like to turn over to the sheriff to just speak a little bit more about the sheriff's response.
Hey, good evening. So for the second time in 2 weeks, we've had a tornado touchdown in St. Charles Parish. The one a couple of weeks ago hit in Paradis, didn't do a lot of damage, but it was a significant event. This one created quite a bit of devastation if you had a chance to go down there. As the president stated, it started up probably from our southwest It moved just south of our correctional center. It completely destroyed our firing range, which is insignificant compared to the damage to the people's homes and the injuries. But just to tell you how strong it was, there's a piece of debris on the levee behind you that literally is unique that came from our firing range 1.8 miles away. So this thing churned across 3127 right along Schoolhouse Road in Kelowna, doing a tremendous amount of damage. And as the parish president said, we have one fatality. We're not going to release the names at this time. We have 8 people who have reported to the hospital in Luling, St. Charles Hospital, with injuries which I'm told are non-life threatening. So it's unfortunate, sad, and our prayers go out to the family of the lady that lost her life. And so our job is, thankfully, we have the equipment. Numerous deputies, detectives. Our office is not that far down 3127. We've got a lot of chainsaws. We literally had to come in and chainsaw our way through trees to get onto the roads to try to do recovery and life-saving measures that we could. So now our function is going to be towards protecting the property. I know a lot of residents were asking me about it back there. We're bringing in light plants tonight. We're going to have deputies surrounding the neighborhood all night with lights, protecting that property. So if you want to go to the community center, to get out of the weather where there's power, and food and things like that, please do so. We will be here until indefinitely to protect everybody's property that's been damaged. I know I saw Energy trucks there with Energy and its contractors just right down the road staging. They're probably not going to get power on in this community tonight. Maybe parts of it tomorrow, but that's probably not going to happen tonight. So there also were a couple of homes damaged in Munts. I'm not aware of any injuries that were reported there. If you look on the map, you'll see that this tornado literally followed a path right across Schoolhouse Road, jumped the river right into Munts and damaged some homes there. So thankfully, we're not aware of injury, but we are indeed saddened for the loss of one of our citizens. And again, I'm happy that at least the 8 individuals that reported to the hospital have non-life-threatening injuries. So that's a positive thing. So this recovery is going to take some time. This community got hit really hard during Ida. This was almost probably the eye wall of Ida, and just here to the east of us, to the west of us rather. And so they didn't need this again. And I heard residents saying that too. They just can't seem to catch a break. So a lot of damage here, and now more damage since Ida, which we really didn't need. So we're going to do everything we can to help our residents recover and get back to normal as best we can here.
Any questions from WWL?
Any questions?
Yeah, there was a gas leak reported earlier. We immediately coordinated with Atmos, and that should be resolved at this time. Again,
they're back there working.
They're back there working, and between gas, water, electricity, we've had several agencies that we've had to coordinate with to make sure the scene is safe, so that we can get in here and assess to do damage assessment and make sure we get in contact with those families and get them everything they need at this time.
And again, we want to encourage them, if you don't have power, and a lot of people are still repairing homes here, if you don't have power, go to the community center. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 deputies. We're going to have numerous deputies surrounding this community with lights on, so do not worry about your property tonight. Go take care of yourself and your family.
Have you all heard from the school district yet? Do we know if schools will be open tomorrow?
At this time, they have a presence in our EOC right now, and so any information from the school is going to come out, later today. But I would assume that if the weather is all clear, that school will resume. But again, I'm not going to speak for them directly. I'm going to let that information come from the school district, and St. Charles Parish will share that information as well.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you for coming out.
All right, well, you just heard what just happened. We did just learn that a woman is dead and she was found outside of her home. That is how officials found her.
Okay. All right. So we're just going to give you a quick recap of what we just heard here. We just got a little bit more information about the woman. Now we know that this is a woman that died who was standing outside of her home, but they still, again, don't know exactly all of the circumstances surrounding her death, but reporting that now we do know that this is a woman. And of course, they're withholding the name, of course, pending the notification of their family.
And along with her death, there are also 8 people who the sheriff says reported to the hospital who have believed non-threatening injuries. so they're expected to be okay. Of course, no names being released there either, or exactly how they were injured. We also found out that there are 15 to 20 families in St. Charles Parish who are in need after this tornado, and almost 500 people without power between the two communities that sustained the most damage.
So they're encouraging everyone to go to the shelter if you don't have power. We know that, as he just mentioned, a lot of people that are out there are still trying to repair after Hurricane Ida. A lot of people are still dealing with that damage, and so if you have that, if you need any shelter, you know that you won't have the power back on. I'm sure that they're working. CLECO just sending information out to people who are still working to restore power in certain areas, so I'm sure that Entergy will be on it as well. You can always go to the shelter. We have all that information on our website, wwltv.com.
Yeah, and the sheriff did add that if you do have to leave, don't be worried about your property. They're going to light it up, and they're going to be patrolling tonight.
All right, so of course we're going to check back in with Lily a little bit later to figure out exactly the extent of the damage there. We heard the sheriff mention a house or maybe a mobile home or something was thrown across the street to another yard.
2 lots, he said.
Yeah, that's a powerful storm there.
Of course.
Now another tornado caused some damage on the west bank of Jefferson Parish.
Yeah, Alyssa Curtis was under the West Bank Expressway when the twister hit. She joins us live now with more. Alyssa, what are you seeing where you are?
Good evening. We're here just off of the West Bank Expressway off of Avenue C, and that tornado that I saw moved so quickly. Residents are saying the same thing. It tore through this building here. Take a look at this. This is a business that they tell me has been here for decades. The tornado completely ripped off the side of the building. The windows and the doors are shattered. Look at all this debris here. They have been working to kind of clean this up. Some of the water pipes too were hit. They just turned those off. So not only did they get rainwater into the building, but they also got that pipe water that it took a little bit to turn on. They're working now again to get all this debris cleared. But look at this building completely destroyed, and behind this building through the neighborhood, it's a very, very similar story. Residents here on this block are working to get some tree debris. There's downed power lines. Again, please do not go by the power lines. Please be careful. But look at this. These poles, some of them are split in half. Power lines down, just debris everywhere. There are emergency vehicles through this area. There were some just speeding through right after the tornado hit, but there are some just sat and patrolling this area right now, making sure people are safe. A lot of residents in this area trying to get out and safely pick up some of that debris. I'm going to have of the tornado that we saw. Me and my photographer, we are under the West Bank Expressway getting video of just the rain, working to get our video put together for these shows. When I looked up and that tornado passed not too far from where we were, it was honestly pretty scary. It moved so quickly. So please, please, please be careful. As I was speaking to residents, they told me that it moved so quickly. They looked up and within seconds it was gone and their neighborhood was destroyed. Again, we're in Marrero, between Avenue B and C off of the West Bank Expressway. Look here now. I'm going to see if we can pull back our live picture up. Now look at this neighborhood right here. These stop signs down, power lines just out and down, poles completely split. People were just outside right after it hit, saying, it's going to take a while to fix this back up. They don't know how they're going to do this. They tried to block off the street from the rest of the neighborhood because of the power lines down, to make sure everyone is okay. But this is what we're seeing right here in Marrero. We're hearing of more damage just up the street at a Winn-Dixie. This is, the picture here in a lot of the houses in the neighborhoods in Marrero. So please, please, please be safe. Do not go by the power lines. There's a lot of damage, a lot of water on the streets. You want to be as safe as possible. And again, if there are any more storms by where you are, please get inside, seek shelter, because what I saw was happened in seconds. You do not want to be by that. So please, please, please be safe. Reporting live, Alyssa Curtis, Eyewitness News.
Alyssa, while we have you, it is unbelievable to see, Sharice and I were just talking about all those power lines just down right on those homes, and it is so dark where you are as well. Can you just tell us, I guess you've talked to some neighbors there, but what are they feeling? Have you seen people walking around, or people mostly in their homes? What do you see?
we did see some people walking around trying to pick up more so like the tree branches and some of the smaller debris. There was some furniture that people had outside, but people are trying to pick up more so, you know, the wood planks, the trees, but we do not want you to go down by those power lines. They're down. A lot of these poles are split, and again, like you guys said, it is so dark out here at this point. It doesn't look like there's much power out here, so it can be extremely dangerous if you're going outside at this time because of all those power lines. So you do not want to go by those. A lot of residents here now, at least in the residential area, are starting to kind of retreat back into their houses and closer to their porches. So yeah, please do not go out here by these power lines.
All right, be careful. It is dark out there. You be careful as well, Alyssa. Thank you so much for that update. And that's just incredible. You can see the power line just laying right there on the house, just to give you an idea of how dangerous it can be, especially in the dark. So my suggestion to you, please do not go out and start to mess with debris right now. I know that it seems like you want to, but it's too dark in that area. Just wait for first responders to go out and survey the area first.
Well, 2 people died in the tornado outbreak last night when a twister hit in Caddo Parish. The tornado touched down in Keithville, that's near Shreveport. It ripped apart a house where a woman and her son were seeking shelter from the storm. Officials found the boy's body last night and found his mother a block away this morning.
It's really a sad situation, and it's one of the most unusual things I've ever seen. How far? About a half a mile from the actual site of where the home used to be, and the few houses that are in there totally destroyed, gone.
The tornado damaged several other structures in the area.
That's what we hate to hear. Look, as we mentioned, several parts of St. Charles Parish got hit pretty hard.
Yeah, Whitney Miller was in Monson, talked to neighbors who suffered damage there.
Yeah, we're still in Months. We came down River Road just a little bit, and we are here on Etienne Street. I want to show you these trees that have been knocked down by that powerful storm here. Even so much the power lines, you can see there are down wires. In fact, Entergy is looking to get some of these fixed right now. But I met a woman, her name is Mary Kinney. She lives right here in this home. She was in her trailer because that home was being fixed since Ida. She was in this trailer, heard the storm, went outside, saw the tornado coming, and then ran into her home, got into a bathtub and hid with one of her loved ones, and the storm took her brand new roof off of her home, but she is okay. I want you to just take a listen to what she told us just a few minutes after being out of her home.
We were sitting in the house, and our cell phones in the trailer, and our cell phones went off, and I said, Devon, we got to get out of here. There's a tornado. And he said, the sirens didn't go off. I said, I don't care. There's a tornado. We got to go. And we ran out the trailer, and we could see it coming across the levee. As soon as we got in the house, we got in the bathroom, in the tub, and our ears started popping, and everything was gone, and everything was falling on us. And we just held on to each other and prayed. We just prayed.
Yeah, listening to her just describe what she heard and saw, I mean, it was very harrowing to hear. She was very scared, nervous. She said she texted her son right before this tornado hit, saying she's about to get hit by a tornado. She said that she was thankfully able to talk to her son right afterwards and let her know that she is okay, but obviously upset that her home has been damaged, and now there's more work to be done here in Months for this whole community to get back together after Ida and now this. Reporting in Months, Whitney Miller, Eyewitness News.
Oh, that is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, this is going to be a long road for a lot of people.
And really scary. Just a really scary situation for so many people, but I'm just thankful that they made it out safely, and everything will be repaired, and they'll be able to build back even more, just as long as you have your life. As you have your life. All right, we want to go to Mike McDaniel. He's been driving around for us, checking out some damage that's happening on the North Shore. Mike, fill me in. Where are you right now, and what do you see?
Hey there, ladies. Well, right now we are in Covington, and there were areas of concern all over the North Shore today, but thankfully nothing really ever developed into anything too severe that caused damage. So a big sigh of relief for folks up here on the North Shore. We started our day over in Tangipahoa Parish, where we spoke to the parish president, who told us when storm systems like this move in, it's really concerning because you never know when and where those tornadoes may touch down. There was some indication of one touching down in northern St. Tammany Parish near Folsom. We went up that way to check things out, but according to the parish president, Mike Cooper, there are no reports of any damage or anything that would confirm that in that area. There were lots of dark clouds today, a lot of heavy rain here on the North Shore, but those pockets of severe weather moved out pretty quickly and then were replaced by others. Areas of the North Shore are still dealing with some lingering rain tonight. Tangipahoa Parish President Robbie Miller says while there's no reported major damage on the ground in his parish, because of all the rain associated with this system, there could be some lingering concerns. Well, here in St. Tammany Parish, President Mike Cooper says that the parish is fortunate. He says the high wind gusts may have actually caused some damage to some homes over in the Slidell area. Right now, it's very windy out here right now. We're still dealing with a little bit of rain out there, and if you look closely into the night sky, you can see some of those dark clouds still starting to roll through. But considering everything that's happened down on the South Shore and in the river parishes, folks here on the North Shore will settle with this anytime. Live in Covington, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
Mike, thank you so much. Well, you can help us track the impact of today's severe weather by sharing photos and videos with us, and you can send them straight from your phone. Just text them to us, 504-529-4444. Make sure it's safe whenever you send us these pictures and videos. Be sure to include some information on where you took them, and we could use them on air and online.
All right, another tragic story that we're covering this evening. The Mississippi Gulf Coast community is in mourning. Tonight, 2 Bay St. Louis police officers were shot and killed answering a call at a Highway 90 motel. Paul Murphy has that story.
There's a growing roadside memorial in front of Bay St. Louis City Hall for the 2 fallen officers. While the shooting is under investigation, we do know the officers were just doing their job, responding to a call not far from here. A long procession of police from across the Mississippi Gulf Coast escorted the body of Sergeant Stephen Robin from the Hancock County Medical Examiner's office to the Edmund Fahey Funeral Home in Bay St. Louis. Robin, along with fellow Bay St. Louis police officer Brandon Estorff, were killed in the line of duty at a Motel 6 on Highway 90. Their deaths come as a shocking blow to a saddened community.
We just really don't know what to make of it. Actually, I've just been in shock all morning.
According to the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, the officers came across a woman at the hotel around 4:30. For some unknown reason, she allegedly shot and killed both officers before killing herself. This former first responder says his heart goes out to the fallen officers and their families.
When you see something like this, it gets to everybody in your community, and it's being so close to Christmas.
Flags are now flying at half staff across Bay St. Louis in honor of Sergeant Robin and Officer Estorff. Throughout the day, mourners have been coming up to Bay St. Louis City Hall to pay their respects and leave flowers next to a flag-draped police car.
We're all just in shock and want to send our condolences.
Jeff Easton put up a flag in his front yard. Sergeant Robin's body passed right in front of his house.
You respond to a call to assist the public, and you ended up paying the ultimate price. It's real sad.
Local first responders saluted Sergeant Robin as his body arrived at the funeral home. Some prayed, others cried and embraced in a shared moment of grief.
It's a very small department, tight-knit community, always looking out for the brothers and sisters in red and blue.
43-year-old Amy Brogdon Anderson was identified by the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation as the woman who fired the shots before dying of a gunshot wound to the chest. Investigators say she was with a minor child at the time of the shooting. In Bay St. Louis, Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
Another tragic story in Bay St. Louis. As we continue our tornado coverage here, Jefferson Parish leaders have opened 2 shelters tonight for people who live in things like mobile homes or places that don't have safe spots to weather the storm. You can head over to the Terrytown Playground or the Grand Isle Multiplex if you need safe shelter this evening.
All right, just kind of updating my graphics here as we are still focused on one tornado warning that is in effect in coastal Mississippi. Now, something to note, and I will show you this on our velocities in just a second. This has been what looked to be more of a weakening couplet when we look at the velocities as it moved away from Bay St. Louis, kind of continuing toward Gulfport and beyond toward Biloxi. Now, I say that one is a weakening couplet. However, there does look to be something else offshore. Let me take you back in time just the last 30 minutes or so. The couplet that was over land, so keep that one in mind. This one right here, as it approached Bay St. Louis, it didn't really have the incredible definition as it moved toward the bay itself, but was still holding together and may still be there. However, it looks to be this little couplet that is coming off of the Mississippi Sound west of Cat Island that is likely a water spout that will be moving toward Gulfport. I would say this is more of a greater concern than whatever is possibly on land at the moment. So this looks to be a very well-defined water spout heading toward Gulfport. So again, I'll kind of put this back a few minutes here to show you the trajectory of that coming off of the Mississippi Sound toward Gulfport. So this one for folks in Gulfport need to pay close attention to. If there's also something on the ground here, you might have two little areas of rotation that could converge over Gulfport shortly. So something to pay very close attention to in Gulfport. Elsewhere, we do have another area of rotation that we've been watching. North of Port Sulphur doesn't look nearly as well defined. Again, going kind of back in time, here's this little couplet that kind of started west of Plaquemines, pushed through north of Port Sulphur, and is now moving into the more Biloxi marsh. While technically considered land, let's be honest, there's not much land there to speak of. So this one too is moving out over the open waters. Elsewhere, there is still that window of opportunity for maybe some severe weather. Looks like it is already clearing Port Fourchon, but Grand Isle, nothing showing any signs of rotation. And still from Port Sulphur toward Venice and the mouth of the river, there is still going to be that ongoing threat for additional rotation of storms and the potential for those to become tornadoes. Now, we'll be watching the one north of Port Sulphur, maybe a bit, but it does look like that is weakening. And as well, the storm that is moving off of the Mississippi Sound toward Gulfport is another area of concern in the near future. Let's switch over to satellite and show you what is happening right now. And thankfully, we have improving weather elsewhere. Here are the line of storms. Again, anything ahead of this still has the potential, but that is quickly, that window of opportunity as far as our viewing area goes is quickly closing. We already start to see some thinning of the clouds out in Baton Rouge, and cooler air beyond that is on the way, and we will finally start to feel those changes coming in the very near future. Still some light to moderate showers. Even as the main threat for severe weather moves on, there is still the threat for some additional rain, not much of a threat. Dew points are still high at Kenner, temperatures still in the 60s, but the drier air is starting to move in with the cooler air rushing in to replace it, and temperatures overnight will start falling, and looking at a long stretch of more seasonal to actually below seasonal temperatures. Overnight temperatures will be dropping. Looks like we're going to start the morning more 40s and lower 50s to begin the day on Thursday. Winds have already shifted. Baton Rouge, Gonzales, Houma, Kenner, Hammond, Macomb, Bogalusa, Lakefront already starting to favor the frontal passage with the winds out of the more northwest, where the front has not quite moved through. Galliano, Belchase, clearly Buras, and Gulfport, it is on the way. Here's what tomorrow's winds are going to be like. At times maybe a stronger gust, but I think sustained, they're going to be on the lighter side, but out of the northwest and north, bringing in that cooler and drier air. Here's the upper energy that is bringing in this start of a colder pattern that will take us right through the end of the month. Long line of active storms with the ongoing tornado watch, but more and more of our parishes and counties are being excluded from that as the colder, drier, and more stable air begins to move in. And that cold air mass, as we've said, will continue to be reinforced over the coming days. We may see at times maybe temperatures getting into the lower, maybe mid 60s, but then we get more reinforcing fronts that look like they're going to take us right right through Christmas Day. Here is the temperature outlook through Christmas Eve, and we're likely going to be colder and even beyond Christmas Eve. It looks like the central and eastern half of the nation will see below average temperatures. So improving weather is on the way, and chilly days ahead. 50s for our highs tomorrow and Friday. Looks like a little weak disturbance maybe brings in a few scattered showers on Saturday. We stay chilly on Sunday. It looks like we'll see on Monday a high of around 60 degrees with some scattered rain, and then kind of a reinforcing front keeping us chilly right through next week.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. We're going to head out now to a phone call. We have New Orleans Homeland Security Director Colin Arnold on the phone to talk to us about what has been happening in the city of New Orleans. Can you hear us?
I can. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Yes, thank you so much for joining us. Can you just talk a little bit about what kind of damage we're seeing in Orleans Parish at this point?
Yes, certainly. This is eerily similar track to the March tornado in Arabi. We have significant damage reports in Algiers, in the area, General Meyer and Tita. We've had 4 people transported to area hospitals from that area. They are all in stable condition. I'm looking and seeing that we're not getting reports of damage in the lower 9th Ward, and power has been restored there. We still have significant power outages on the West Bank, obviously, particularly in Orleans and Algiers Point and Aurora. And then we've got some power outages uptown between Napoleon and Louisiana. Right now, that's the damage and injuries that we are aware of. We consider it stable right now. There's no other resources or assets that have been requested or to be deployed by the 911 center, but we obviously continue to monitor that. We're just asking that people use a lot of caution right now. The weather will be improving dramatically as far as rain, and we're just asking that people take a lot of caution going outside right now. If there is any downed trees, power lines, anything like that, please just remain very clear of those.
We also saw some debris kind of flying around in the Holy Cross neighborhood. Do you have any reports of damage there?
We do not. I don't have any reports of that. We can certainly run and check again. I know that there's still power outages in St. Bernard Parish, and we have. I understand from our counterparts in St. Bernard that they have damage there as well.
Just taking a look at the Streetwise NOLA website, it also looked like there was some flooding after that really heavy rain came through. Is that something you all are dealing with, or is that mostly resolved?
Yeah, we got a report from Sewage and Water Board, no issues there. We did have some reporting of street flooding at underpass locations, which is somewhat common when we have heavy rains. We're not really facing any serious street flooding or challenging issues with that right now.
Okay, and so far you said 4 people taken to the hospital but stable, and that's all for injuries, no fatalities or anything to report at this time?
At this time, that's all the information I have, correct.
All right, is there anything else you want people to know at this point in Orleans Parish?
Absolutely. We're out right now. We have public safety and our hazard mitigation folks out looking at damage assessments for the areas that have been affected. They'll continue to do that. I would ask people, to stay up to date with alerts by texting NOLA Ready, one word, to 77295, NOLA Ready to 77295, and we'll keep you up to date through NOLA Ready with anything new and developing that occurs overnight tonight.
All right, and as far as driving goes, I see there are some underpasses that are still closed, so I guess the advice there would be to avoid those areas, or at least don't drive through the water.
Right, turn around, don't drown. It's a very dangerous situation. You don't know how much water is in that basin, and a small amount of water can be catastrophic for a vehicle and cause death or injury.
All right, Homeland Security Director Colin Arnold, thank you so much. We appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the St. Charles Parish president has declared a state of emergency after serious storm damage when the storms hit there.
Yeah, Parish President Matthew Jewell and Sheriff Greg Champagne are speaking right now. They spoke just a moment ago. We're going to head out to Lily Cummings, who was there and could tell us a little bit more about what they had to say earlier. We know that this was such a serious situation out there in St. Charles Parish. Lily.
Hey Charisse, hey Devin. Yes, that's right. We heard from, like you said, the parish president and the sheriff here in St. Charles Parish earlier this evening around 5 p.m., both of them expressing their condolences. We do know now that one woman has died as a result of this storm and 8 other people were injured. Now those people have been taken to a hospital in Luling. Both of them, again, expressing their condolences and saying that all of this happened so quickly. They said that the tornado struck at 2:21 p.m. They said the sirens went off, emergency texts were sent out, and now tonight about 475 people without power between Kelowna and Muntz combined. Now, they did said although people will be without power tonight, they have shelters available if you are in need of them. Just give parish officials a call. They said don't be worried about leaving your property behind overnight. They're going to have patrols out in the area, making sure that things are lit up and that people are not messing with your things. Now, we also have your local weather expert, Alexandra Cranford, with us. And Alexandra, you're out here. You can give us your expertise about this storm and what St. Charles Parish saw today.
Yeah, we did see a lot of weather out and about in our mobile forecast center, which is just behind us. We were driving around through Kenner into St. Charles Parish. We saw the rain picking up, lightning, thunder, and so forth. And we saw many dark clouds. If you were out and about too earlier today, hopefully you weren't, but we did see those ominous dark storm clouds as the storms moved in. By the way, just looking at the system as a whole, there were so many warnings today. We got 32 severe warnings to my count. 26 of those were tornado warnings just across our area and now into Mississippi. So a very active weather day for sure. We also, just looking at the system, a couple of things just striking me as a meteorologist. We had a few things that were making it a little bit more intense today. One of those was that we did not have rain in the morning. We woke up to just a warm, windy, humid kind of day, and the lack of rain allowed our temperatures to go up. So that made the atmosphere more unstable, and it made it so that that line, which had stalled out just to the west of Baton Rouge, so that it was moving into our area at really some of the worst times of day, right in the afternoon. Daytime heating is at its peak then, and it makes the atmosphere unstable, and those storms were able to tap into that energy. Another thing was that the cells were not in a very defined line. It looked kind of like a line, but especially at the beginning, they were individual cells, those discrete cells, we call them, out ahead of the main line of storms, not a very organized squall line. When you have those individual cells, they are also able to tap into a lot of energy because the energy is not spread out along that line in a more stable kind of way. So that is part of why we saw so many warnings just littered across the North Shore and then eventually across the South Shore too. So a very active weather day. Now what we're seeing after really the severe storms moved through, we had a good bit of rain for a long time. Lily was out in it, unfortunately. And then we're now seeing a much colder feel. We're both out here feeling the colder air. We're in the 60s right now, but expected to drop pretty soon within the next couple of hours into the 50s, even here where we are in Kelowna. And then, as Chris has been saying, we'll have a chilly night tonight and a long stretch of cold weather coming up after this. Reporting live in Kelowna, Lily Cummings and Alexandra Cranford.
All right, thank you both so much. Another tornado caused some damage on the west bank of Jefferson Parish.
Alyssa Curtis is joining us now live with an update. And then Alyssa has seen some just fantastic video that is just showing all of the damage that is in that area. Looks like Alyssa is here with another live interview as well.
Good evening, that's right. We are at the Winn-Dixie off of the West Bank here with Councilman at Large of Jefferson Parish, Scott Walker. Tell me a little bit about what we're hearing right now after that tornado blew through here.
Yeah, we've got probably about 20,000 people in Jefferson Parish still without power. A lot of damage going from here down the West Bank Expressway towards the Crescent City connection. From what we could guess, a mile, maybe more, of damage that started a few blocks on the other side of the West Bank Expressway and probably went up to Hosmempsa Stadium, which is a long stretch of power lines down, rooftops blown off. This roof about to finish blowing off behind us. Really, things have calmed down considerably, though, but right now, with all the power that's out, especially in that stretch of damage I was just talking about, it's dark. So if you don't have to be out on the streets, stay inside. Don't go and survey the damage yourself. Just, if you have power, go enjoy it and stay inside. If you don't have power, do the best you can and try not to go out, because if these power lines are down and it's affecting your power, it's going to take a little while for that to come back on. I really want to say kudos to the Archdiocese of New Orleans and all the schools that let students out early today. We had so much advance warning for this, and we could prepare so well for this. We haven't heard of any injuries in Jefferson Parish, which is a great thing. People were ready, people were prepared. All the meteorologists talked about this. We knew this was going to be a bad weather day. We knew it was going to be a severe weather day, and it turned out to be so. So thank you to everybody who took the proper preparations to make this day safer for people despite the severe weather threat.
Again, like you said, a lot of structural and building damage, a lot of down power lines, houses destroyed. As you can see, this roof, again, the wind might take the rest of it off, but it sounds like everyone is safe.
Yeah, and the first question I had when I came up here, there was some... And there it goes. There were some JPSO deputies here just watching out for people who may try to come and loot or cause some problems. And they said there were only 2 or 3 people here when the tornado happened, so they were fine. And again, if there are any injuries in Jefferson Parish, we haven't heard about them yet. I asked JPSO a few minutes ago, they hadn't heard about anything yet. So if you're in a bad situation right now, we haven't heard about it yet, call 911, contact one of our offices. We can point you in the right direction. I'm Scott Walker at jeffparish.net. We're monitoring emails. If you have any issues that you need addressed, if it's a power line that's across a yard or whatever the case may be, let us know. We can call Energy. We can do that on your behalf and make sure that people know about it. But there are a lot of lines down. There's a lot of debris. Our first indication of the debris was coming across the Crescent City connection on the West Bank Expressway. There's sheet metal from rooftops, other debris that we had to dodge around just immediately when we got across the bridge. And then you look to the right as you're coming across the bridge and you can see that path that I was talking about where it ended up and after it started here.
And like you said, a lot of people without power, but there are resources available for the community. Where can people go? What should they do?
Yeah, if you need shelter tonight, the Terrytown Gym at the Terrytown Playground is a shelter for people in Jefferson Parish tonight. So if your house is damaged, if your power's out, if you don't want to stay there in the dark tonight, you can go to the Terrytown Gym for shelter tonight. And any additional resources that pop up along the way, which there will be more, keep an eye peeled to local media and on our social media, and we'll get any information out that's pertinent that you may need as it comes to us.
And we actually spoke with Jefferson Parish Emergency Management earlier today. The parish has been prepared, has been preparing, has been letting community know. So talk a little bit about what you guys had in place before this came through here.
I can't say enough about Jefferson Parish Emergency Management and the preparation. We had a council meeting today and I saw our director, Joe Valiente, in the elevator on the way to the meeting, and he didn't look happy. And I said, how do you feel about today, Joe? He said, I don't think it's going to be a good day. And you know, he knows this stuff, that's his job, and it turned out to be the case. So the key was preparation. Our EOC and our meteorologists in Jefferson Parish put out information all day, yesterday and today, on social media. We mentioned it at the council meeting today. All the local media, like I said, has done a tremendous job putting out this information about the risk that we face today. Here it is. The risk came and passed, and luckily no injuries that we know of at this point. A lot of damage that we've seen, a lot of damage to people's homes right before Christmas, which is heartbreaking. But the more important thing is no loss of life in Jefferson Parish to this point that we're aware of.
Thank you so much. Again, we're here in Jefferson Parish. A lot of structural building damage. As you can see, this building here is destroyed. Please, like you heard Scott Walker say, stay inside. Please be safe. Don't go near those power lines. Please report any damage or any injuries that you may have. Reporting live, Alyssa Curtis, Eyewitness News.
All right, Alyssa, thank you so much.
All right, we're going to head over to Chris now with another weather update. Chris.
Yeah, let's take a look at radar now and where the storms are, where there is still an ongoing threat. This is in coastal Mississippi, where we had said still kind of within that area of potential severe development. As far as southeast Louisiana goes, the only area that could still maybe in the next, say, half hour see some severe weather is central to lower Plaquemines Parish. Mississippi, though, still under the gun, and we do have a new tornado warning, kind of an extension of some storms where we have that rotation coming in off the water and from the Mississippi Sound as a water spout crossing on land as a tornado. And we have another one that is just to the east of Gulfport, will move toward the Biloxi area and then continue northward. So still an ongoing threat in coastal Mississippi, but it is moving away now from Harrison County, will continue into Jackson County, and then eventually into lower Alabama. Want to show you the so far official storm reports from the National Weather Service, and we'll begin on the North Shore. Now, what may be several individual reports may end up being one tornado, such as starting in Abita Springs, reported trees across Highway 36. Another report in Abita reports power lines down and poles damaged, as well as some trees down, and then kind of continues on toward Bush. Trees, power lines down in the Tallahassee area. River parishes. This is the one that may have begun on the West Bank and jumped the river toward Monts and Hanville. Confirmed damage along Schoolhouse Road with house damage, power poles, street lights down. And again, these are the preliminary reports that are just in now. We're going to see these added to over the course of the next several hours and maybe even throughout the day tomorrow, maybe even into the coming days. Norco, around the Monts area, law enforcement reporting calls about houses damaged in Monts. So this is kind of one report, but it encompasses several calls into emergency officials. And then on the West Bank, Harvey, damage report to several structures. That continues toward or kind of in the direction of Marrero, Tarrytown, and then jump the river, Chalmette. It was probably a little bit more in the Araby area. The report says Chalmette, but the site is actually in Araby. So we will see where all of the reports end up being. But certainly on the North Shore, certainly LaPlace or the Monts area, and then as well on the West Bank in Jefferson Parish and parts of Orleans. The line of storms, though, is moving away, and weather will start to improve throughout the rest of the night. Still some low cloudiness. That's going to be with us for the next several hours, but we're also seeing some more breaks and an end to the rainfall, with cooler and drier air beginning to move in. So improving weather for the rest of the night tonight as this much colder air mass starts to move in, or at least chillier air mass, as overnight lows will drop 50s on the South Shore. North of the lake will drop into the mid 40s. With the drier air and cooler air in place, we're going to see several rounds of fronts that kind of reinforce this cooler air mass for a prolonged period of time. Where the winds have shifted direction, that's where the front has moved through. Lakefront, it's already through. Not quite to Slidell, but it has moved through in Bogalusa. Not quite to Galliana, but it is getting very close. Looks like it has already moved through Belle Chase with the winds out of the northwest and gusty. Breezy now, but the winds will start to subside. Here's the upper level energy with a strong system that brought in some storms across the plains and the Midwest, I should say the Midwest, all the way down to the Gulf Coast. I was actually just chatting with my brother up in Pennsylvania. Same system is moving toward the west or the east coast and the northeast as well. Our severe threat is winding down, and that window for severe storms is quickly closing. Lower Plaquemines, Harrison County, about it. Colder air is on the move south, and it will be reinforced by several systems keeping this cooler air in place. Something we've been talking about over the last several days is this is the beginning of a big pattern shift that we started out the month warm and humid. Second half of it will be colder and drier, and it looks like this pattern is going to stick around for at least Christmas and beyond. Here's the temperature outlook. So kind of the end of our 7-day toward Christmas Eve, a higher likelihood of us staying below average, and that continues into the kind of more extreme forecast of the next 8 to 14 days, going almost to New Year's Eve of us staying below average. So after tonight, the temperatures come down, and tomorrow's high only 58 degrees, 59 after a morning start in the 30s and 40s. 30s and 40s, a little weak disturbance, maybe brings in some coastal showers, and a high of 55. We'll struggle with a chilly day on Sunday. Another little disturbance brings in maybe a chance for some showers. None of the coming rain chances is severe, probably not even any thunderstorms either. Temperatures, though, will remain chilly as we head through next week and beyond Christmas Day.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. As our team coverage continues, we have reporters that are in parishes that have all been impacted by this storm, including the St. Charles Parish, where the parish president has declared a state of emergency.
Yeah, Parish President Matthew Jewell and the sheriff spoke just a short time ago. Lily Cummings has been there all afternoon. Lily, they gave us a lot of information, and there are two main communities here that were mostly impacted. Can you talk a little bit about that, Lily?
Hey, Charisse and Devin, yes, those two communities, Kelowna and Monts, that is leaving about 475 people without power tonight, and they don't expect that to be on overnight. They said maybe tomorrow Entergy will have them back online. Another thing that we want to give you an update about that we didn't mention earlier was that they were dealing with a gas leak. That is no longer a problem. That has now been resolved, according to the parish president. Unfortunately, one woman has died here in St. Charles Parish as a result of this storm. storm. 8 others injured and taken to the hospital, but thankfully those are non-life-threatening injuries. Now we have Alexandra Cranford here, and Alexandra, we were just talking about this. You know, I'm no stranger to tornadoes, living in Oklahoma my whole life, but this was just such a slow storm and impacted so many different parishes today, and so many different warnings, and it just seems so slow.
Yeah, instead of that one supercell that moves through with a huge wedge tornado like you might see over in the plains, we had this slow moving system just crossing our area all through the day. And even last night, I finished the 10 p.m. forecast last night, and there were storms pretty close to Baton Rouge, really more so out toward Alexandria and the western part of Louisiana. But there were already tornado warnings around Shreveport, a confirmed tornado south of Shreveport yesterday, and then the system kind of slowed down just to the west of Baton Rouge. And I was saying earlier, that's what let us heat up more and provide more instability for those storms when they did reach us. But looking at the timeline, it was between 11:30 or so that we started to get the warnings. We got a slew of them all through the morning and through lunchtime for the North Shore. And then we saw that kind of jaggedy part of the line on the southern end moving across the South Shore. And unfortunately, those did produce tornadoes, even as some of our North Shore spots were seeing clearing conditions as far as the rain not bringing a severe threat any longer, but it was still active south of the lake. So we've seen these kind of systems before. In fact, of course, a lot of us with the tornado in Orleans Parish and into St. Bernard are thinking of March, when we had that EF3 touchdown from the Arabi area, and before that it did touch down briefly as a weaker tornado in Gretna. Very strange to see another tornado track very close to that. Of course, that one is different from the one that we saw here that Lily reported about the damage that we have seen, and lots of activity still here, actually lots of cars, police vehicles, emergency vehicles all over here tonight in Kelowna.
They seem to be picking some things up. There was a piece of debris. You can't really see it since it's so dark outside, but there's a piece of debris behind us that they said actually came from a building 1.8 miles away from where we're standing right now. So that just gives you an idea of how strong these winds were and how far it pushed some of this debris.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at the windy kind of situation, we're feeling it. We're feeling the colder air move in as we speak. So although our focus today has been tornadoes, a severe weather threat, we've been looking ahead to the colder air moving in tonight. It's still a bit breezy. This morning, of course, was windy. Then we had either severe thunderstorm winds or tornadic winds as the line moved through. And now we're looking at still a pretty breezy kind of setup for this evening as we're starting to feel the colder air move in.
But the colder air means that the chance of these tornadoes dies, which we're so thankful about that.
Yes, and tomorrow I think we'll see some sun along with the chilly air. So that'll be something nice and something different to look forward to tomorrow compared to today's severe threats.
All right, well, reporting live in Kelowna, I'm Lily Cummings and Alexandra Cranford.
All right, thank you guys so much for that update. And again, that cold, chilly air gladly welcomed so that we don't see any of this weather probably for the rest of the week.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. All right, so I think we've got some photos and some videos of things that we've seen rolling in over the last few hours here. This is from Councilman Scott Walker, who we heard from just a little bit ago. Extensive damage along the West Bank Expressway in Marrero. He says he sees a long path leading up to Avenue D and the West Bank Expressway. And you can see, Sharice, we were talking about this earlier, those power poles, just tons of them leaned over.
You can just see how powerful those winds are, all of them leaning in that area. Alyssa Curtis, we'll check back in with her in a second, but she was standing by a couple of them that were just leaning on people's houses that was right by the expressway. Let's take a look at another video that we see here, or a picture that we see here. Governor Edwards, this one is new, just hearing from Governor Edwards. He said that he was up in Caddo Parish and touring the damage there. Unfortunately, we know that we lost 2 people earlier due to this same system. He shared that he's declared a state of emergency to make sure assets are available for response, and he wants to thank all of our first responders for keeping him informed of ongoing statewide impacts from this weather. So obviously and unfortunately, this will take him from Caddo Parish down to St. Charles Parish and Jefferson Parish and surrounding areas, including St. Bernard Parish as well. And speaking of St. Bernard Parish, we'll hear from them in just 3 minutes, where they give us an update on the damage that's happened in that community.
This is Congressman Troy Carter. He says the tornadoes that touched down have caused damage throughout our area. The threat is not over. Please heed all local warnings. Rest assured that I'm closely monitoring the destruction and speaking with federal, state, and local agencies to be ready to assist. Now, I remember when the Arabi tornado happened and we saw a big outpouring of our federal representatives come down I know Steve Scalise came into town and Congressman Carter as well. And we talked with them about whether or not they were going to be able to get any money for Arabi. And that was too small of an area. It wasn't enough damage, unfortunately, to get federal aid. But we're seeing such a larger swath that it will be interesting to see if there is any federal money available for repairs this time.
Hopefully they do get some federal money for repairs, because you're talking about really 3 disasters in a row for that community. So they need as much assistance as possible. From our reporter, Whitney Miller, earlier, you saw a very just heartbreaking interview. She's showing the rain from a little bit earlier just to give you an idea of what was happening in that community where she was. But a heartbreaking interview that she shared earlier with a woman who was living inside of a trailer that she received after Hurricane Ida. Her home was being repaired due to Hurricane Ida, and she was still living in that trailer, but still had to go back inside of her home so that she can avoid getting hit by that storm. And she says there was debris that was falling all over her. It looks like that roof may have caved in, and she made it out safely. So I'm glad that she made it safely. But Whitney spoke with her, and she was just so shaken up, as anyone would be in that situation.
All right, we're going to restart here for those of you just joining us, and we will be back in just a moment.
Eyewitness News begins with breaking news.
The roof was gone, and you know, they always say that you hear a train coming. Well, this was a big train to come through here.
A massive weather system barreling across the country has turned deadly. Drenching rain and tornadoes are now responsible for at least 2 deaths in Caddo Parish. And a short time ago, we learned 1 person was killed in St. Charles Parish. The governor has declared a state of emergency. Thanks for joining us, everyone, on this day, this evening that has turned into tragedy in some communities. I'm Cherise Gibson.
And I'm Devin Bartolotta. Katie is off tonight. We're going to head over to St. Bernard Parish, where we know that this tornado ended up earlier this evening. This appears to be Parish President Guy McGinnis about to start a press conference, so let's listen in and see what kind of damage they're dealing with tonight. Seems like we're still waiting for them here. This is the sheriff and the parish president here. Now, to give you some context here, in St. Bernard Parish, we know that this tornado came across the west bank of Jefferson Parish, Orleans Parish, and then crossed the river, and we know that it hit the Arabi area. But at this point, we don't know how bad it is, and we haven't heard any word on any injuries or anything like that. So really, we are waiting to hear a lot from President McGinnis tonight.
Is everybody ready?
All right, looks like they're ready to start. Let's take a listen.
All right, my name is Guy McGinnis, St. Bernard Parish President. Again, we are faced with a tornado here in Arabi. Our citizens right now are in need of our services. Our sheriff and our fire chief, all of them, men and women, are on the job. In our house, in our headquarters tonight, we have the Governor's Office of Homeland Security. We have our State Representative Garofalo. We have Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Gillis McCluskey. We talked to our congressman. We talked to all of our senators, and the citizens of St. Bernard Parish will have the resources needed to recover, just like we did back in March. I had a nice conversation with our governor, and we are ready to provide the resources to make sure our citizens get back up and going. With that said, Sheriff Jimmy Pullman.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Shortly after 4 p.m. this afternoon, we had a confirmed touchdown of a tornado in Arabi. It came in nearly where the one came in earlier this year, right on Mealy Street in the river. It kind of went through a northeasterly path. Probably it could be upwards of 2 miles of destruction. There's no reports of any major injuries, no reports of any deaths at this point, only minor injuries. Our sheriff's office and firefighters are still out in the field conducting their search and rescue efforts. But right now we have no reported injuries, at least major injuries. Now, we have Judge Perez is currently open both in east and westbound. St. Bernard Highway is closed eastbound. St. Bernard Highway is closed eastbound, but it is open westbound. Now, right now, there's no power from Norton to the parish line, so we strongly recommend that most of those areas have been affected by the storm, that we don't want anybody that doesn't have any business in that area to be in that area. Okay, let me say that again. We don't want anybody in that area that don't belong in that area. Currently, it's a very active scene that we're currently working right now, and we don't need to have anybody sightseeing in there causing any problems. There's no power, again, from Norton all the way to the parish line. We have the sheriff's office out there throughout the night, patrolling the affected areas and the areas that do not have power throughout the night. So again, if you don't belong back in those areas, stay out of those areas. Okay?
Thank you, Sheriff. So it's going to be a long night. Tomorrow morning, we will complete an assessment, and we'll have some numbers for you guys and for the community of the number of homes that were damaged. From what we can tell, as of right now, it looks like a bunch of roofs on homes. We don't know a number, but it's not as significant as it was last time. So we're thankful at this time. We don't have anyone that is injured or went to our hospital. But if someone is in need tonight, first, think about calling 911. If it's a non-emergency, call 271-2501. And we will be there to assist. But I just want to let the citizens know that we're going to be at it tomorrow, cleaning up. If you're going to see crews in the street, we will have a right of entry form for you to sign. And we're going to get you cleaned up and ready to go as soon as possible. So I know I want to thank our Sheriff's Department, our firefighters, for what they're doing tonight. Entergy crews are already out there. They're going to have us up and going tonight. And I want to thank all of our state officials and federal officials for their concern and for the resources that they committed to this tonight. We got to remember that we have a lot of issues around the state. We're not the only ones hit with the tornado tonight, so our thoughts and prayers are with all of them. And we hope everybody, and we hope everyone gets through this like I know we will. So at this time, Sheriff, we will take some questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
John, how many structures have you seen that are totally destroyed?
At this time, Rob, we don't have any that are totally destroyed. And that's why I said it looks like a bunch of rooftops.
Rooftops completely blown off or shingle damage?
Mostly shingle damage. I think we have a few that were blown off in the Araby area. I believe we saw one that our firefighters and our Sheriff's Department rescued 2 people out of a home. So we've rescued approximately 10 people tonight. So that tells me we might have some rooftops off, but I don't have any specific information. That tornado came over probably around the Mealy area, across the river, came east over Friscoville to Center Street, over the railroad tracks, and then turned north. Looks like it went just west of Norton and hit Carolyn Park and went up and got out of here. So, but it doesn't look like we have any totally damaged structures at this time. It just went west of the hospital. So our hospital is fine. No schools were in that zone. So looks like we got a pretty good handle of the neighborhoods and what's going on there with our Sheriff's Department. The State Fire Marshal will be here tonight and tomorrow morning to do that assessment. We have someone in-house now, and GOSEP's in-house too. So we feel good about what's going to happen real soon here for our citizens.
When you say 10 rescued, were they trapped inside structures, or what were the circumstances?
They were trapped inside structures, and there were people who were ill or couldn't move or in a wheelchair. We had to get out of a home. But I don't have all of those specifics, but we'll have those for you pretty soon.
Any need for a shelter to open tonight?
No, sir, not at this time.
For those people without power, do you have an ETA on when that power will be restored?
Do we have any? Yeah, we don't have that information right now, but I can tell you this, it's going to be sooner than what people think. That's usually how Entergy works, so I'm figuring in a couple of hours we'll be up and running.
How relieved are you that we're not looking at a situation like you had last year?
Very relieved. But remember, Rob, we have people that are in distress right now as we're sitting in here speaking, right? So for them, it's bad. And we know that. And I know we're out there in the streets right now, we're going to take care of their problems. And we have people throughout the state right now that are more devastated than we are. We're grateful for life. We didn't lose any life in this one. But I can tell you, we're going to treat this just like we treated the last one. And if people have needs, we're going to make sure that we respond.
Kind of hearing that this storm path seemed to be, the tornado path seemed similar to the last time. Did that help your crews, in clearing debris and, getting to people more quickly because you had been there and done that before?
Well, the real-time information that you guys give the citizens, it saved lives last tornado. This one, I don't know if it saved lives, but it saved lives. No matter what the circumstance is, people knew. The sheriff and I were out there on the highway, knew it was coming, talking to people. They were sending us pictures of where it was, so people can prepare, right? So our crews were doing the same thing. If you were listening to the radio here in St. Bernard Parish, our crews were setting up. They knew where it was when it crossed the river. They knew where it was when it crossed St. Bernard Highway. They knew where it was when it crossed Judge Perez. So, our guys were right there on the spot. But I don't know if it made it easier. I guess we're getting used to this, and it's a sad thing, but we're getting used to it. And I guess this is Tornado Alley now. I don't know.
But with that, what you had said, Mike, is the reality of it is the information that we do get from our local news and our local weather people, it was tremendous. They've been telling us for 2 days that we're going to have a bad weather event, right? So I know the Sheriff's Office and the Fire Department was prepared for that. And as the day played out today, they were able to narrow it down to a possible tornado that's going to cross the river and it's going to hit Arabi, Louisiana at 4:06. At 4:06, and at 4:06, we saw the first transformer blow. That technology and the information that y'all pushed out, y'all been pushing it out all day, allowed us to set up for a quicker response. And to the point where me and the parish president was together at 4:06 when this in Arabi, Louisiana, when this thing came through. So, it's working together. We have a good plan. Unfortunately, we get too good at these things because they happen so frequent. And one of the things that we kind of looked about, this is a year that we got through, St. Bernard did, without a hurricane, but yet we had 2 tornadoes strike the same areas. It's absolutely amazing to me.
And look, the relationships that we have built over time because of that, in this building tonight, we have all we need to make sure we have resources for our citizens, and that's important. Our state rep is here. Our GOSEP rep is here. The governor's on the phone. Senator's on the phone. And that's going to make, just like last time, it's going to make an easy transition to getting back and ready to go for our citizens, especially during the holiday season.
Did either of you see it?
Yeah. We saw
Describe it for me, Jimmy.
We staged at St. Bernard Highway in Center Street, and we saw it, the first transformer blow, but it was headed our way. So I was the driver tonight. So I said, listen, we're going to go back, east. And as we was heading east, somebody came over the radio and said it looked like it was heading towards Jean Lafitte, the same direction we was going. So we turned around and came back in the opposite direction. But you can watch this thing, and we have a couple of my guys who have actually, pictures of it coming across, and it seemed pretty big at the time. But as you watch these transformers blow, and I'm getting real-time information from the sheriff's deputy saying it crossed right here. I just saw it cross by the hospital and by the hotel right there. You just have real-time information.
All right, you're watching currently a press conference from St. Bernard Parish with the sheriff and the parish president there, and we are finally getting some information on what exactly Arabi looks like and what they're dealing with right now. We know that the tornado touched down around 4 p.m. Right near the river, and from their description of it, it sounds as though the path was very similar to what happened in March, Charisse.
I believe that they said it was eerily similar to the path, and you were looking at a map just looking at the last path of the storm that happened earlier this year in that same area. Unfortunately, you hate that this happened to this community a second time around in just 1 year, but the good news is we have no serious injuries that are here, just very minor injuries, no deaths in that community. And when it comes to damage, I believe the parish president mentioned that the damage was not as significant as the first tornado.
Yeah, to me, that's the big headline, is that this is not the same as it was back in March. And they say that there are no buildings that are destroyed. It is mostly shingle damage, a few roofs blown off, but they don't exactly know how many. They're going to wait until light in the morning.
Right, obviously. The same thing that we're hearing from parishes that have all been impacted by the storm is to just stay out of those areas. If you need to go somewhere and you don't want to sleep in the dark, there are emergency shelters. I don't believe that St. Bernard Parish, if I could be wrong here, did they mention that they had one shelter?
I don't recall that, but if there is, we'll definitely push it out on social media.
Yeah, but I don't believe they do there, but I know in Jefferson Parish, they have places where you can go as well as in St. Charles Parish. But right now, it seems like, again, no injuries that are serious, no deaths to report.
Very good
but
news.
they have to go through the full assessment, and first responders, they're going out into the communities to check just basically assess all of the damage. And they say they've been in touch with the governor. Of course, we know that the governor issued a state of emergency, and of course with the congressman as well.
And it seems as though they kind of benefited a little bit from this weakening as it made its way across the river. Let's head over now to your local weather expert, Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin. Chris, am I right in saying that they kind of got the weaker end of this storm as it jumped across the river?
They did. It looks like, at least as far as damage goes, it was a little bit different. And the placement of I was actually working on a graphic trying to figure out exactly where this tornado may have tracked as with relation to where the March tornado was. It looks like the March tornado was a bit farther south on the West Bank, but they both crossed right around the same point on the West Bank, jumping into Arabi. But the damage in Arabi is not what it was from the March tornado. We'll kind of compare the two coming up a little bit later. So kind of working on the very preliminary information that we are getting in. Of course, we won't get an official track of that tornado until maybe as soon as tomorrow or Friday from the National Weather Service, once they get a chance to go out there and actually assess it. More good news, as the last of the tornado warnings have expired. That last one was for Biloxi, and that is now done. And it looks like anything for the rest of Lower Plaquemines Parish, while this is still very heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning, is not severe. Gusty winds, yes, but it doesn't look like any of these will produce a tornado. So certainly some good news there as we are finally starting to see things wind down. So in southern Mississippi, still some very heavy rainfall moving away from Biloxi, but that is starting to wind down. And not done with the rain, still some pockets of some light to moderate showers to the west of that, but the severe threat is gone as far as the heavier rainfall threat as well. Down toward Port Sulphur and Venice, still that line of very heavy thunderstorms pushing toward the mouth of the river. That too will be wrapping up shortly. Looks like beginning to see improving conditions toward Grand Isle, drier at Port Fourchon, and the rest of the area finally starting to see improving weather. On satellite, we do have some low clouds still hanging around, but already some clearing from Baton Rouge to Lafayette, Lake Charles, and Alexandria, already getting into the cooler air and clearing skies. Still low clouds hanging over downtown. Temperatures still in the low 60s, but the humidity has been coming down. Last hour, dew points were in the lower 60s. That has dropped into the 50s, and the dew point values will continue to fall with this much cooler, drier air mass on the way. We knew we were going to see a severe threat, and we knew it would be a pretty significant severe threat, and we do have several warnings issued, but all in all, what warnings that we did see, only a small percentage of those were verified as a confirmed tornado on the ground. Had the one out in Mons, West Bank, and Arabi, as well as on the North Shore, and Weather Service will assess if we had seen any more of those throughout the day today. Temperatures are coming down with the dew points falling as well. Look at the temperature change compared to the same time yesterday. The cooler air is on the march, and looks like we are finally seeing that pattern shift to a cooler end to December. That includes Christmas Day, and we'll take you with the more a detailed outlook at our temperatures coming up in the next 7 to 10 days in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Well, we have been watching and updating damage across the whole area. Whitney Miller is now in Harvey.
Yeah, she's been all over the place, really. And Whitney, we've been seeing your pictures and we've been seeing some video of the damage that you've seen across different parts of the community. But right now you're in Harvey, and that picture that you just posted from there, just giving you a big sense of how damaging the storm was.
Yeah, I am in Harvey now. I've been getting a kind of a tour of the area, but it's pitch black in Harvey. A lot of the power out here, most of it illuminated by first responder vehicles, and also these generators here. And if you take a look down this street here, you'll see what they're looking at. Power lines are down. There's a home over here without a roof at all. I spoke to a neighbor who says that his roof got a little bit of damage. There's some water getting in his home, but he was more concerned about his neighbors who are elderly. Just a few minutes ago, we saw an elderly woman get some help out of her house with her animals. So, it's a lot for people to have to deal with today. Crews have been out here for about a couple of hours now, checking on people, trying to get people out of homes who may be stuck inside. But again, pitch black. We had to, coming across the West Bank Expressway, it was dark. A lot of the exits were blocked off by first responders because there's no lights. The stop lights are not working. So I think for a safety measure, they're keeping people from exiting in some areas and trying to control that traffic. But you have to treat it as a four-way stop whenever there's no lights. And then when we got to this street, MacArthur, where all of this activity is happening, it is just pitch black. Only light these red and blue lights out here. So a lot of people have a lot of cleanup to do tomorrow, and just a lot to deal with on a day when you kind of wanted to hunker down. So we're just kind of talking to families and seeing what they've been having to deal with. We also saw some folks leaving with backpacks and stuff because they can't stay in their homes tonight, and heading to go stay with some relatives. So that's what we're seeing out here in Harvey. Just a lot of first responders going up and down the streets, trying to check in and see where folks are, if they need any help, because a lot of work will have to happen tomorrow morning.
Whitney, thank you so much for that update. Excuse me, I'm looking at that power pole behind you, and it was just horrific. And again, we've been seeing a lot of that, so obviously that can explain the blackouts that we've seen across the community.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We're now going to head out to Paul Murphy, who is in Gretna, where we know that there was a confirmed tornado touchdown.
Right.
Paul, what are you seeing out there?
Well, we are in the McDonoughville community in Gretna near Romaine and LaBeouf, where neighbors tell us that a tornado did cause some damage here between 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. The house behind me has quite a bit of damage, and I'm standing here with Mr. Otis Williams, a neighbor. Just tell us what you saw and you heard.
I heard literally like a freight train. Came outside, seeing the remnants of the tornado passing down the street. Came see my neighbor's house destroyed, the neighbor's windows and their cars messed up. It was devastating.
And talk about this house right here. You say that it was just repaired from Hurricane Ida.
Yes, they just got it repaired about a couple of months ago, and this is what he's going through again.
And have you had a chance to see some other damage in your neighborhood?
Yes, we have. Excuse me. We have cars with their windows blown out, roofs. It's devastating. It's really devastating.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Never in my life. Never.
And you said that you sort of hunkered down in the middle of this because of what you were hearing, right?
Right.
Talk about that.
When I tell you, it sounded like a train. It literally sounded like a train. The force of the wind was just crazy. It was just, just scary.
What we're looking at here is some of the debris that's blown off. We're told that there's a church down here that it's also damaged.
Yes.
Talk about that.
The church, the carport covering is totally gone. A water leak is gone. The house across the street, the whole back of it is gone. It's crazy. I can't explain it.
It's interesting how the tornado sort of picked and chose where it damaged.
Right. It's like this house is damaged, this house is good, this house is good, this house across the street is damaged. It's crazy.
And we did see some sparking and some power lines down along Hancock and Franklin. It looks like the power is out to this neighborhood.
Yes, the power went out like an hour before the tornado actually hit. The next street, Cook Street, we have a few power lines down. Like I said, I can't explain it.
And you've been walking around since when?
Since it was over with. When this was the first house we came to check on, because it's the worst house in this neighborhood.
And I guess it's kind of disappointing for those of you that saw what Ida did here on the West Bank, and now to have to dig out from yet another storm. It's got to be disappointing and concerning.
It is. It really is. It really is. You know, this is the first time ever hearing of a tornado in the Gretna area, in New Orleans, period.
We see another gentleman standing on his porch. Otis Williams, thank you so much for telling us your story. We're going to go check out this scene over here if we can. It looks like this is another house in the neighborhood that took on some damage. I'm seeing a lot of building materials. How you doing, sir? I'm sorry to see what happened to the house here.
Tell you what, if you walk around the back, you'll see the back of the house is gone.
Yeah, talk about the damage. This is your house?
Yeah.
Talk about the damage.
It's 5-10 seconds. Ran to the middle of the house, and the windows blew out, and you could hear everything go, and it wasn't more than 10 seconds. And like they say, it sounds like a freight train coming, real fast. Yeah, so, yeah, the house has been here 90 years, and it was a church before, but it's, yeah. If you walk, you can walk around this way and look in the back. You'll see the back's off, the roof's off.
Can you show us? Can you walk around and show us? What is your name, sir?
Nick Randazzo.
Mr. Randazzo, I'm very sorry that this happened to you. Come show us what you're talking about. And we're coming around the side of the house here.
Power lines.
Get some power lines here, so we're going to be careful. Mr. Randazzo, this is the side of your house over here?
Yeah.
Talk about the damage here.
Oh, we're going to the thing.
Watch out for the power line.
Yeah, I am. Well, you can see the side of the house is pretty much gone. But it's structurally, it's leaning.
Does it look like your house was knocked off the foundation a little bit?
It's funny, it's hard to tell. We're going to go through the backyard. That's where you can see the extent of the damage. Actually, we can walk around the whole house. This is the least damaged side right here.
Okay. And as we walk, there is all kinds of debris that's blown off of the house and blown off of possibly some of the houses in the neighborhood as well. And as we come around to the back of Mr. Randazzo's house, you can see what's become of his back deck and the whole back side of his house. Little generator going here. You can see the siding is completely stripped off of the building. Part of the roof is gone. And then here along the side of the building, you can actually see where more of the roof is damaged to this building. Again, for those of you just tuning in, this is the McDonoughville neighborhood in Gretna, not far from Romaine and LaBeouf. Yes, Mr.
Structurally, you can see the side of the house is leaning. Right here.
Okay, let's stop for a second here so we don't walk in. So you were saying that you can see the house is leaning?
Yeah, if you go down here and look, you'll see the wall is leaning this way.
Was that from the pressure that you felt from the storm as it passed over?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that.
Well, it happened so fast. There was a lot of noises. You heard the windows blow out, and then you heard a lot of wood cracking, and it was gone. And I'd say all of this, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, that's it.
Where were you when this happened?
I was in the front, ran to the middle of the building, didn't even hardly have a chance to get to the middle of the building. And that thing about getting in the bathroom, we didn't have a chance. Fortunately, the walls, the outer walls held up. But you never think it's going to happen in Gretna.
Did you hit the deck?
No, I didn't even have time. That's how fast it was. It's one of those things where you didn't have time to think.
He says he didn't have time to think. That's how quickly the storm passed overhead. What is an apparent tornado passed overhead. And it looks like, I don't know if we can say that your house is destroyed, but is severely damaged.
I'm gonna say it's could be structurally unsound. It may be destroyed.
And how long have you lived here?
Since 2004.
We see across the street here, you have an apartment building. It looks like it's.
Take you inside if you want to just go inside and see you can see it.
All right. We're going to take a look inside Mr. Randazzo's house here. You can see this whole street. Again, this is near Romaine and LaBeouf in Gretna. There is quite a bit of damage as you walk down the street. You have power lines down. You have roofing material and other debris littered across the neighborhood. And we're going to go walk in and take a look inside Mr. Randazzo's house. A lot of broken glass here. He has a generator going, so there is a little bit of light here, and you get kind of the full extent of the damage as you walk through Mr. Randazzo's house here, where the walls are clearly leaning. You see where the attic area has separated from the house, and here is.
The back room here.
This is what was the back room of Mr. Randazzo's house, where you can see everything is just thrown about.
The back wall is blown out.
The back wall is gone. And you can see up here in the attic, you can see straight through the attic where the ceiling panels came off when that tornado passed overhead. So, Mr. Randazzo, what's going through your mind right now as you look at this damage?
The effort and work it's going to take to clean up. I've been through Katrina, every hurricane that was, the last one last year wasn't that bad. This is the third time in 2 years the fence went down, so a lot of effort to clean up.
And I guess you feel for your neighbors as well. We're just talking about some of these buildings being just repaired now from Hurricane Ida.
Yep. Yeah, we just finished repairing. We had probably $20,000 worth of damage, roof damage and fence damage in Ida. Maybe around $25,000, and just finished getting it repaired. It cleaned up.
And that hit in August of 2021, so more than a year ago.
Yeah, and before that, 10 months before that, there was one that passed through October 29th, 2020. So we've had this is the third one in 2 years. That one that passed in 2020 was real fast. In fact, I think the eye of the storm passed over here and then went over to the French Quarter.
Seems like Mother Nature's picking on you.
Yeah, and I thought Gretna was safe. We've never been hit this hard before. So I mean, a lot of work. And the thing about it is, there's a lot of I got a law library, and there are 2,000 volumes, and I actually have a lot of school records stored here from Gretna Career Colleges. Sitting back here is about 5,000 transcript records that I'm concerned about, more so.
All right, Mr. Randazzo, again, very sorry that this happened. You can just hear the frustration and sorrow in Mr. Randazzo's voice. We're going to be talking with the police chief and the mayor of Gretna at 9 o'clock this evening. We're told that there will be a news conference at Gretna Police Department, and we will certainly bring that to you later this evening. For now, we're live in the McDonoughville neighborhood of Gretna. Back to you guys in the studio.
Paul, thank you so much. Hopefully, everyone will be able to clean up there. But just to see the back of that man's home and seeing straight through it, just to give you just to really illustrate how powerful that storm was.
Well, and to see that his roof, his attic, has popped off of his home is just unbelievable. It just breaks my heart.
Our hearts are definitely with everyone who's been impacted by this storm.
Absolutely. Let's head out now again to Whitney Miller. She is in Harvey.
Yeah, Whitney, you're seeing a lot of damage in that area, and it seems like every time we go back out live to you, it's an even more horrific scene. What's behind you right now?
Yeah, I just came one street over. I'm on 5th Street here in Harvey. This is what you see all over, just the shingles from people's roofs. This home obviously hit very badly. The light's still going. This car completely damaged here. I want to take you over this home that looks like it is off of its foundation. Come in, get what they can, take those items with them, car running. There's a boat over here. There's just all the siding from people's homes. It's just not something that you want to come home to, not something you want to deal with. It's sad to see. It's heartbreaking that this has happened to someone's home. But like I said, I'm on 5th Street. The reason why you can see is because that light over there, the generator is on. We're not far from the fire station here. Jefferson Parish officials have been up and down the street looking for people, trying to give them information where they can go, how they can get some help. Feel free to walk through if you need to. People are just trying to get things done while they're out here because it's a lot to clean up. There's a lot of work that has to get done, but this street, like you said, every street we go to, more and more damage, more devastating. I want Russell to show you just again this home here. Car just sitting in the driveway here. I'm sure folks were just having, a day. Here, this bad weather comes. So it's just very devastating to see. And as I was hearing Paul talking, it's the same story in just different parts of the city tonight. Folks are trying to just wrap their head around what they're seeing and what they're going to have to deal with, and just how long it's going to take to get all of this cleaned.
All right, Whitney, thank you so much. Have you spoken to any of those people who are going in and out of those homes, or have any of them tried to speak with you?
Yeah, I have, and a lot of folks, they're not happy at the moment. It's just like, it's business. They got to get in, get their things, get out. And I respect that. It's just understandably, this is just a lot to wrap your mind around. So we try not to just stick a camera in somebody's face when they don't want it. But obviously, some folks willing to share their story, willing to talk about the damage that they're facing, and just how scary those moments were to hear this likely tornado come through. So I like to gauge the temperature of someone and respectfully ask if they care for us to be in their face and in their business. Some folks just want to get in and get out and get somewhere warm, because it's starting to get cold out here. So but yes, on the other street, there were a lot of people telling me just how lucky they are that they're alive.
Right. Oh, I'm sure. This is such an emotional night too. To see your own home. We're not emotional, but we're feeling for these people. Looking at these images, I can't imagine it being your own home.
Whitney, I have to just before we let you go, there was a woman that you spoke with a little bit earlier, and I don't know, I remember exactly where you were, but
it was
you
in
spoke
Monts, right?
In Monts. Was it
I
in
believe
Monts?
so. Yeah.
A woman you spoke with a little bit earlier, and her story just tugged at my heartstrings.
Yes.
And I really am thinking about her, and she's really on my heart right now.
Yeah, Miss Mary Kinney is her name. She was in Monts. She says, her home was damaged in Ida. She was like this close to having it completed, so they were still in a trailer right next door. They heard the sirens on the phone, went outside, actually saw the tornado headed towards them, ran into their almost finished renovated home and got into the tub, and she said her ears started popping. She said she was scared, and she texted her son to say, a tornado's about to hit us right now. And that was the part that really got me. It's just like you're telling your son that you don't know if you're going to make it. So she did say she got to talk to her son and she's okay. But yeah, that was a tough one. Yeah. But that's the story, like you don't think about these tornadoes. You don't know what it feels like, sounds like. So to be in the bathtub and then your roof leaves above you, it's kind of, it's scary. She was clearly shaken up, but she was just very thankful to be alive.
Whitney, thank you so much for that update. We'll check back in with you a little bit later as you start to go around that community in Harvey. Unfortunately, I hate to have to introduce Whitney this way. Whitney is our newest anchor and reporter here at WWL-TV. Thanks so much for your coverage, Whitney.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue our team coverage right now. Lily Cummings and Alexandra Cranford joining us now. They are in Kelowna, where one of the first deaths was reported, or the only death so far in the storm in southeast Louisiana in regards to that storm is reported.
Yes, and St. Charles Parish President Matthew Jewell said that Kelowna is where the bulk of the damage is in his parish. He's declared a state of emergency, and we know that at least 8 people have gone to the hospital as a result of damage there. So we're going to head out to them now. Lily, what are you seeing where you are right now?
Sharice and Devin, a few updates for you all. So we now have some lights from our forecast center. If you can see this debris here behind us, we mentioned it earlier, but now you can really take a look and see it. So the sheriff's office, the St. Charles Sheriff's Office, told us that this debris is actually from a facility about 2 miles away, 1.8 miles away. So that really gives you all an idea of just how far this debris has gone tonight. Now to my left, I can see Entergy crews are out working on power lines right now. Now the sheriff's office did say don't expect to have power tonight, probably tomorrow, but they are out here working right now. The power lines are leaning like this, and they're working to get them back upright tonight. Now, Alexandra is here, and she is going to give us an update. It's getting chilly, and we just had a little bit of rainfall on us, but now it's died down again.
Yeah, and we're really feeling the difference in temperature. I know it's hard to convey over TV if you're just watching your screen, but we're really feeling a difference. It's 60 degrees now. It dropped 5 degrees in just the past hour, and we also have a wind. We have a northwest wind. I was just checking it with our mobile forecast center at 15 miles per hour coming in, so we feel a bit of a breeze. We were also thinking, oh, the rain is mostly finished. We were watching the line move on through, and we had just on radar a few little slivers of green still crossing our area, and we did. We got rain, we got a pretty decent little shower just for a few minutes, and now it's moved on out again. So you might have, even though the main line has passed well to the east of this part of, where we are in Kelowna and much of the metro area and so forth. In fact, most of our area right now, you might still have just a brief period of some sprinkles or a light shower. The storms that moved through, it was about 11:30 all the way until the past couple of hours, so it was a prolonged rain event. We had more than 30 warnings issued across our area during that time, and more than 26 tornado warnings that I counted. So such an active weather day. Now we're seeing everything much calmer, and of course the big thing that we're just feeling now is the cold air, and really from here on out into the next several days, that's going to be the weather topic that we talk about, not the severe threat, not tornadoes. Aside from cleaning up and aftermath of the tornadoes we saw today, it's going to be talking about the cold weather and the cool down that will last for a long time, as we've been saying in our forecasts.
All right, well, that cool weather, I'm sure people will be thankful for that, because as we mentioned earlier, that kills the chance of these threats to our area, these tornado threats, and it'll allow people to hopefully get some of this cleanup work done, as there's going to be a lot of it here in Kelowna.
It's true. And yes, the long stretch continues starting tonight all the way possibly into Christmas. So like you're saying, it doesn't look like we'll have rain tomorrow. In fact, tomorrow will be a pretty day, lots of sunshine and a chilly feel with highs maybe near 60 or so. Friday looks good too. Saturday and the weekend, we may have to watch for a few showers, but hopefully not too much to deal with for cleanup efforts around the area. Reporting in Kelowna, Alexandra Cranford and Lily Cummings. Back to you.
All right, Alexandra and Lily, thank you so much. We're going to head over to weather now for a quick check on what's going on now, what we can expect. A lot cooler out there, guys.
Yes, very much a lot cooler. And wanted to compare, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, as far as the storm, the tornado on the West Bank toward Arabi. And this is very, very preliminary data. There has been no assessment yet by the National Weather Service, so we don't have any real official reports. Really, all I did was kind of connect the dots from our tornado reports from earlier, and they kind of extended, as the parish president in St. Bernard said, then the storm began to move north. So this is a very preliminary look at today's tornado. Comparing it to the March tornado, it was similar, but not quite. Today's was a little bit more along the West Bank Expressway before jumping into Arabi. Now, I highlighted in red March's tornado. Basically, both jumped the river roughly the same point because we had reports or video from the Domino Sugar Refinery of both today's and March's tornado. So they both crossed into Arabi at maybe a very similar point. The difference, though, is that the March tornado intensified once it got into Arabi. By the time this tornado got into Arabi today, it was weakening, so the damage wasn't nearly as extensive in Arabi as March's. However, the damage does look to be a bit greater on the West Bank compared to the March tornado. Thankfully, things are settling down, and you just heard from Lily and Alexandra that the temperatures are also coming down, so it is turning cooler. The less humid air is on the way as well. The heavy rainfall band is just almost entirely out of our viewing area. It is done in our Mississippi counties, moving now almost into Mississippi, or into lower Alabama, and with the exception of right near Boothville, Venice, and the mouth of the river, the heavier storms are out of Plaquemines Parish. So improving weather. Still some low cloudiness, but not too much longer before we get into the clearing skies that will occur overnight tonight. Still some low cloudiness around. The temperatures have been dropping, as have the dew points. So the drier air is moving in, and the winds are picking up, and now out of the northwest, 15 miles an hour being reported at Kenner. We're in the 50s at Macomb, Hammond, Covington. We knew we were going to see a major pattern shift in our weather, and because we have been so warm and so humid and a more dramatic change, that battleground between the cold, dry air and the warm, humid air, we were kind of primed for certainly storms and a possibility of severe weather. But even late last week, remember the Storm Prediction Center was starting to highlight parts of the deep south for severe weather. They really didn't fine-tune that until we got into this weekend. And over the last several days, it looked as though we were primed for severe storms here. Major temperature drop compared to this same time yesterday, and the temperatures will continue to fall. As drier air moves in, we will see our morning lows getting much, much lower. And this is a dry air mass that is on the way, with dew points will be falling into the 20s, 30s, I think more 30s, low 40s here. Temperatures are also coming down, and not a brutally cold air mass by any means. And this is a cold air mass moving south, but for us, seasonal, maybe below average, but I'll take it. After the first half of the month above average, I'll take these afternoons staying in the 50s and lower 60s. Now, our morning low tomorrow, 40s on the north, so around 50 degrees south of the lake, and breezy now, but the winds will be settling during the day tomorrow. So overall, a very pleasant afternoon, especially considering that we will be clearing out. A drier air aloft, but the upper energy is what is bringing that cold Canadian air across much of the central part of the nation and down to the deep south. And again, it could be much colder, but this air mass is not quite coming out of the heart of central Canada. It's more western Canada and moving in from the west before it ever does reach the deep south. So the air mass that is on the move, while brutally cold to our north and across parts of the plains, is not going to be brutally cold here. In fact, in our 7-day forecast, there are only a couple of mornings where we could see is near freezing on the north shore. But this colder air mass will certainly be spreading far to the east, and with that that cold air just up to our north, we will benefit from some very chilly temperatures over the coming days. And this is a pattern which looks to be locked on for the rest of the month. This is the 6 to 10 day temperature outlook right up to Christmas Eve, and a very high likelihood of temperature staying below average. And that continues for the 8 to 14 day temperature outlook. So almost at the end of the month, it looks like our temperature trend is for us to stay colder. Highs in the upper 50s both tomorrow and Friday with plenty of sunshine. A little weak upper disturbance may bring in some coastal showers, but mostly cloudy skies as well may keep us only in the mid 50s. Lower 50s for a high Sunday, a very chilly afternoon. A little warm up back to 60 degrees, still below average with a little disturbance that'll probably bring in some late showers into Monday, more so overnight into early Tuesday, keeping the chilly, dry weather around well into the mid part of next week.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Well, if you or someone you know needs assistance in Jefferson Parish after today's severe weather, we do have a phone number for you to call.
All right, you can contact the JP Emergency Operations Center at the number that you see on your screen. That number actually is 504-349-5360. Again, 504-349-5360. We'll also have that number for you on our website, WWLTV.com.
Well, St. Bernard Parish held a press conference about today's storm just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we go there live now. Eleanor Tabone joining us live with a little bit more as to what the damage is like in that area. Eleanor.
Devin and Charisse, we are here on the St. Bernard Highway. I'm going to step out of the way and we're going to show you the damage that we have. You can see several power lines down here. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 down right across the street from us. There was one further down the road as we were coming in. And we know that there is extensive power outage out this way. Now, I'm also going to show you, photographer Whitney Hill will show you, there's a traffic light right here on the ground that's come down during the tornado earlier. We are here on the site of the Christian Fellowship, and I was talking to some people here earlier, and they mentioned that their entire tent out the front where they do outreach is down. But again, you're looking at the power lines that came down in the tornado earlier this afternoon. We've got, like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4 down just in this small area that we are on the St. Bernard Highway here. We're going to continue with this coverage. I'm going to speak to some people from the Christian Fellowship about the damage that they incurred. But as you can see, extensive damage here. We've got traffic stops. There is a lot. The other side of the highway is blocked off. You cannot go on that side, obviously, because of the power lines down. There is obviously no power lights right here, so it is very dark. So anyone that's on this side of town, be very careful when you are out. The sheriff also mentioned that if you don't live on this part of town, don't come here. You know, you don't need to be in this area. He stressed that there is no light, so you need to take it easy. We have police out here at every intersection making sure that people are okay, traffic is moving. But as I mentioned, if you don't need to be in this area, don't come to this area. But for continued updates, you can head to the WWL-TV website or download the app. Reporting live in Araby, Eleanor Tabone, Eyewitness News.
All right, Eleanor, thank you so much.
All right, we have teams all across the area right now. We've been talking to Alyssa Curtis, and she has been over in the Marrero area where we've seen a lot of damage. And, you know, I've seen a map recently that was posted showing the kind of the track that the storm, the tornado went on a couple of months ago versus the tornado now. And eerily, as they mentioned earlier, eerily similar to the last tornado.
Totally similar. And the only difference that we're seeing really is that it was longer and it was less powerful by the time it got to Araby, which is good news for people over there. But in places like, you know, we've got so many crews on the West Bank. Alyssa just tweeted out, she's been driving around the neighborhoods in Marrero, and so many streets are blocked off because there's so many power lines that they can barely drive down some of the blocks before having to turn around multiple times because of all the lines that are down.
Right, so everyone, of course, as we mentioned all of that, please be careful. I know that some of you are assessing the damage in your homes. It just kind of makes me a little bit nervous seeing everyone going into their homes, because since we've been live on air, we've seen our reporters in front of homes that have been leaning and that have power poles on top of them. We've seen Paul Murphy there with dramatic video showing you live a man who basically the back of his home is gone.
Oh yeah, and you can see that the attic has popped off.
Right.
There's that one wall leaning. You and I were sitting here going
Yeah.
like, Paul, back up. You know,
little
you're
nervous
making us
about
nervous.
him being in there.
Yeah.
So just, of course, be careful out there, not only for our own crew, but for your sake as well. I know that it's dark right now, and some people are sitting in the dark. They said that there are different places that you can go. On our website, wwltv.com, we have all of the information regarding shelters as to who you can call and where you can go. Earlier, we did share a number for any emergencies that you might have. As you can imagine, you know, you have so many people who probably need help or need some sort of assistance. When those power poles go down, it's hard to get in communication with a lot of people. So, of course, let first responders do their job. And don't make it harder for them. Make sure you stay away from any live power lines that you see down, and make sure you try your best not to go into a heavily damaged home.
Yes, and I know that a lot of this damage is in Jefferson Parish. We're going to go now to an interview from a little bit earlier with Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng.
Yeah, so I'm in the Harvey Marrero area. This is probably a 10-block perimeter that we have, and you know, we got word that a tornado hit probably about 4 p.m. But you know, we quickly lost daylight. So we've had teams go out. We have our firefighters with our EMTs and our Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office separate into teams and really kind of have a game plan of checking this area block by block. And this is just a large area that was hit, but we do know of other areas that were hit near Lapalco, the Winn-Dixie off of the West Bank Expressway. I'm hearing different roofs have been ripped off of schools. I know we got hit in Gretna, so I haven't been able to get out there yet, but I'll get that out there later. But very, very difficult night in watching the residents just clear their house like they do. I hate to say it, you know, after a hurricane, to watch people make little piles in front of their house on their street. They're already starting to do that, and it's very difficult to watch.
You say you got a game plan of going block to block. What are you checking for on each of those blocks? What's
So
the game plan?
it really is a first assessment of making sure that everybody got out, that everybody's getting medical care and medical attention. We did do some rescue today. I know neighbors have been checking on one another, but we're getting this big light that you see on this street while we're lit up. We're getting more lights on all these blocks, and so it can light up a good portion of the damage that we can see, because it's very dangerous. There's a lot of energy poles that are leaning. There's a lot of exposed wires, so it's not the safest situation. And obviously structurally, I hate seeing many of these residents that are walking in and out of their houses, but they probably really shouldn't be.
I was going to say, this one house here looks like it has just slid off of the foundation.
And these owners earlier tonight were going through all this, and it's hard to watch. It really is.
You know, you say you see this like as if it was a hurricane, seeing kind of those same actions, but tornadoes are not that common here? Or?
No, this is, you know, in the past years, this is newer activity. I mean, we got hit last year, and it seems I haven't been able to watch the news, and I'll watch tomorrow, but the shift of where it was, I'm just kind of concentrating on this area. But I do know that just like last year, it hit the West Bank and then it went to St. Bernard Parish. My understanding is that that's sort of, we know it hit here, it hit Gretna, and then I'm told it went to St. Bernard Parish, which is what we had probably, I don't know exact date, last year we dealt with the same thing. So no, this is new. We thought we were okay through storm season, you know, and I don't think anybody thought this. This is hard right before Christmas, having these families do this. Yeah. But I do want to say many of the families said that they were watching the news and heard through the weather reports, it's coming to your area now, it's getting to the Marrero Harvey area. Many people said they were watching the news and knew to take cover right away.
All right, just updating our graphics here as we are watching the rest of the rainfall move out of the area, thankfully, and the severe threat is now gone. The cooler air moving to take its place, and that's going to be here for quite a while. On the Mississippi coast, the strongest of the storms have now moved well into more Alabama and just about out of Jackson County, as we still have some lingering light to moderate showers, more pockets of rainfall along the Mississippi coast, but that too is weakening. With the exception of right near the mouth of the river, the storms across southeast Louisiana are gone. Still some lingering low cloudiness, but that will clear out through the overnight. Temperatures coming down 50s to low 60s, so a far cry from where we had been most of this month. And the good news is, if you like the chill, it's here to stay for a while. Morning lows in the 40s and 50s and a high of only 58, 30s and 40s Friday morning and a high of 59. And relatively speaking, this is not a brutally cold air mass, maybe near freezing Sunday and Monday Sunday morning on the North Shore. A little disturbance, likely keeping rain along the coastline, but a little bit more cloudiness on Saturday. Otherwise, very nice weekend. And then another disturbance late Monday into early Tuesday morning for some showers as temperatures stay below average through at least the next 7+ days. It looks like we're going to stay chilly through Christmas.
All right, that is some good news at the end of a very tragic day. Chris, thank you so much.
All right, as we just mentioned earlier, we have all of this information. I know that we've shared so much information in regards to emergency where you can get assistance, anything that you might need, any help you might need in your community on our website, WWLTV.com. Also, don't forget to download the WWL-TV app. Of course, every time we get an update, you're going to be the first one to get it. I just wanted to share this with you. I know that we have a lot of people with power outages in Jefferson Parish. The Jefferson Parish EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, 504-349-5360 if you need any assistance.
All right, there's definitely so much that's going to be needing to be followed up on in the coming days. Of course, we will do that. And if there's anything in between now and our 10 p.m. broadcast that you need to know about, we'll tell you on our social media and on our website. For now, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, we will see you back here at 10 o'clock with another full check of this aftermath of this tornado.
Days from 4:30 to 9.
I spent all day moving heavy boxes at work. My back was killing me. I saw my doctor, and he told me I ruptured a disc. I made that one call to Morris Bart, and he got me $160,000.
If you get hurt on the job, one call, that's all.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted.